points hang plasma screens that are part of the communication system, and as he passes one of these it brightens and sounds a 3-note tone to attract his attention. Across the screen unscrolls a message to the effect that one of the builders has ceased to transmit its position in Rainbow Falls. It is one of the second generation, made from the rendered bodies of several police officers lured to Chief Rafael Jaramillo's house. This does not mean that the builder has been killed. They cannot be killed. They are invulnerable to disease and injury. Neither does it mean that this builder is malfunctioning. Victor does not believe the builders are capable of malfunctioning, for their design is perfect and their construction program without flaw. He is certain that the fault lies in the mechanics of the equipment that receives the builder's telemetric signals. The builder is still functioning efficiently, rendering people and building other builders, still transmitting its position, but the tracking system is off-the-shelf equipment not of Victor's design, and therefore it is not perfect. This is an annoying but insignificant detail, a gnat crossing the path of the communitarian war machine. Continuing his random walk, Victor Immaculate comes upon a small 3-legged table that has been set out in anticipation of him. On the table stands a cold bottle of water. Next to the water is a pale blue saucer. In the saucer lies a white capsule. He holds the capsule between his teeth, opens the bottle, tongues the capsule into his mouth, and washes it down with 2 swallows of water. He walks and thinks. Through his mind race torrents of ideas, theories, plans, models of complex entities constructed from unique molecules that the universe is incapable of creating, but that he could create if he wished to do so. Now, as he routinely does, he engages in multitrack cognition, keenly following several completely different lines of thought simultaneously. As he passes another plasma screen, it brightens, issues the 3-note request for attention, and informs him that the first-generation builder that went into the world as Ariel Potter has ceased to transmit its location. This is, of course, the same tedious problem, another failure of the tracking system, an argument for never using government surplus equipment, but after all it is only another gnat. As he is turning away from the screen, it issues the 3 notes once more. This time, the scrolling message is in regard to the fleet of trucks efficiently collecting brain-probed people to be taken to extermination centers and rendered there by builders. 3 of the vehicles have fallen behind schedule. 2 of them have stopped at locations not on their manifests, and have remained there for extended periods of time. This is certainly a consequence of mechanical failure, because Victor did not design the trucks and have them built at his facility. They, too, are off-the-shelf equipment. The 3rd truck is on the move again, but it is not proceeding to any of the addresses at which it is expected. One of several possible explanations will account for this, and contingency plans exist for all of them. Consult the Master Strategy and Tactics program, apply the appropriate remedy, and press forward without delay, he tells the screen. Feeling the need for a change of atmosphere to refresh his eyes and mind, Victor rides an elevator down many floors and disembarks on one of the levels that he has not needed to occupy for his project. Because the building is hermetically sealed, impervious to water and insects, and receives its microbe-free, ideally humidified air through a filtration system that applies 14 different processes of purification, these lower corridors and chambers are without dust and shelter not a single silverfish or spider. The walls here are a pale shade of gray, and the floors are white, the reverse of the color scheme on higher levels. He does not know why, nor does he care to know. He has no interest in those things that are produced by talent, decor, fashion, art, literature, music, dance, craftsmanship. Every kind of talent is a human aptitude. Victor Immaculate despises and scorns humanity, and every gift that men and women possess only reminds him of the one thing that he hates more than them. On this deeper level, the walls hold no plasma screens to nag him with 3-note alerts. The higher floors have been retrofitted with that security system to facilitate his work. These rooms are not only deserted, but also without equipment and furnishings. Thermal sensors detect his presence and switch on the lights overhead as he progresses. Therefore he moves forward, always toward a blackness of liquid density that retreats from him as though the very darkness fears him. Here he can walk in true solitude, and enjoy without interruption the infinite genius of his ceaselessly laboring mind. He is not concerned that he will miss being informed of some crisis, for there will be none. Whatever problem might arise in the conquest of Rainbow Falls, it will be but another gnat, and there will be numerous contingency plans to cope with it and ensure the triumph of the community. Throughout the centuries, popes have claimed infallibility, only in matters of faith, but infallibility nevertheless. Victor Immaculate knows with the certainty of genius that all popes are frauds, but he is not of their ilk. Victor Immaculate, purified, distilled, Victor to the nth degree, is infallible in all things. The war against this Montana town will inevitably proceed until every last man, woman, and child is slaughtered and processed into an army of new builders who will be the shock troops of Armageddon. 38. Nummy thought a snowmobile trip would be fun. He never rode one before, but often he watched other people zoom around on them, and he figured it must be like the best carnival ride ever. The first thing that went wrong was his seat. Not his backside, but his seat on the machine. Mr. Liss drove, so Nummy had to perch behind him and hold on for dear life. Some machines, two people could ride real cozy, but this one had these saddlebags that you couldn't take off without tools and time, so Nummy sat part on the seat and more on the saddlebags, which wasn't comfortable, especially when they flew off a little hill and bounced down. Another thing that went wrong was how cold it was, even colder because of the wind they made, how it stung Nummy's face where the wool scarf didn't cover, how it almost right away began to bite his ears, even through the toboggan cap he pulled over them. This neighborhood was Nummy's, and it was near one edge of town, and he knew the fields all around, where to find the stream, and where you would go if you followed it for a while, and where you would go if you turned away from it near Bear Rock. Mr. Liss didn't know the land in these parts. Nummy was supposed to hold tight to the old man's coat, which was really not his coat but stolen, and look around Mr. Liss to keep an eye on where they were going. Then if Mr. Liss should bear left, Nummy was supposed to pull on the left side of his coat, on the right side if he was to go right. Mr. Liss said he would be the pilot and Nummy would be the navigator, and if they got lost, he would cut off Nummy's pee-wee with a blunt knife and tie it on the handlebars for decoration. The thing that was most wrong with the wind they made and with the cold was that Nummy didn't have a helmet like Mr. Liss did, so the cold wind stung his eyes, made them water. Even with headlights showing the way, Nummy found it hard to tell what was what in all the whiteness and the dark. When his eyes watered too much, getting lost got so easy that even he could do it without trying. Another thing that went wrong was that Mr. Liss didn't drive a snowmobile as well as he drove a car. Worse, he must have thought he was a better snow driver than he really was, and he went dangerous fast. Or maybe he was scared that the noise of the machine and the headlights would draw the attention of the monsters, and he wanted to get as far from town as quick as he could. Nummy bounced on those saddlebags so much he was afraid he might come down just the wrong way so hard that one of the saddlebags would get stuck between his butt cheeks. So there they were, running flat out into snow and dark, Nummy pulling hard left when he wasn't even sure left was right, Mr. Liss shouting curses that Nummy was grateful he could only half hear, and they came to a place where the land changed. The land dropped maybe 3 feet, and they were flying. The snowmobile wasn't an airplane, so it didn't fly far before it dropped too, and if Mr. Liss wasn't giving the machine more gas even while flying, it sure sounded like he was. They came down so hard they both fell off, and the snowmobile slid maybe 100 feet across the field before it came to a stop, all the falling snow sparkling pretty in its headlights. Nummy was first on his feet, ready to run if Mr. Liss pulled a blunt knife from a coat pocket. If the snowmobile was broken, this was maybe even worse than getting lost, but almost at once an even worse thing happened. Just as Numbie got off the ground, a thing whooshed overhead, its tail of flames blue and orange, and a second later the snowmobile went boom, and for a moment disappeared in a ball of fire. Even Mr. Liss was left speechless by this development, and after a few seconds Numbie heard the engine purring overhead. He looked up and saw the pale plane not far above, like a ghost plane, gliding through the storm, big, but not as big as the airplanes that people flew in. When it passed over the burning snowmobile, firelight throbbed across its belly, and then it hummed away into the dark. On his feet near Numbie, looking after the plane that he couldn't see any more, Mr. Liss said, "That son of a bitch was like one of those drones. Those drones they send off to kill hardcore terrorists in Afghanistan and other hellholes. Predators, they call 'em, armed with missiles. Must have been drawn by the engine heat. If we hadn't just fallen off, we'd be charred meat for a bear's dinner. What the Sam Hill is a predator doing here, blowing up snowmobiles?" Numbie didn't have an answer, but he didn't think Mr. Liss would hold that against him. Mr. Liss knew Numbie wasn't an answer man. The more the old man thought about his question, the angrier he became. "Nobody has a right to chase us down and try to make toast out of us. Just blow a valuable snowmobile to smithereens? Yes, Peaches, I know it's not my machine. I stole the damn thing from a dead man who might want to ride it to his funeral, and now he can't because of me and my thieving ways. But I've still got a perfect right to be offended by such an arrogant assault. I'm a citizen in good standing of the United States, after all. I've got my rights. I'm no damn terrorist. You're no terrorist. We're just a peaceable hobo and a dummy, trying to save ourselves from monsters, and these bastards blow up our transportation." The flames were less bright than at first, but all around the broken-apart snowmobile the falling snow seemed to catch fire, too, a million sparks whirling down. Reflections of firelight spread and fluttered like gold and red wings across the white land, as if there were angels in the night. Mr. Liss grew so angry he couldn't even finish his sentences. Everything he started to say ended in sputtering and spitting, and one group of words didn't seem to belong with the next group. He did a wild dance of anger in the meadow, around in circles, kicking at the snow, punching the air with his bony old fists, shaking them at the sky. Numbie was reminded of one of the stories Grandmama read to him a long, long time ago, about a princess who spun straw into gold, and a mean little man who taught her how, if she would give him her firstborn baby. Numbie couldn't remember the name of the princess, but the little man was Rumpelstiltskin, a name that stuck with you. At the moment, Mr. Liss wasn't being mean, he was just being angry. But he sure did look like the man in the story. He said he was so mad he could spit. He said it over and over again, and every time he said it, he did spit. Numbie couldn't make sense of any of that, so he just stood and waited until Mr. Liss at last burned himself out, which took almost as long as the snowmobile. When the old man stopped muttering, spitting, and kicking, Numbie said, "I really don't want to say this, but I got to." "Say what?" Mr. Liss asked. "We're lost. I don't know where this place is. All is white and dark. But it's not my fault, because the cold wind, it stung my eyes and blurred everything. I don't want my peewee cut off. Anyway, there's no handlebars to decorate with it anymore." "Relax, Peaches. I don't blame you for this." "You don't?" "Didn't I just say I don't?" "I guess you did." "Besides, we're not lost." "We're not?" "You are, as usual, a dazzling conversationalist. No, we aren't lost. We've only come a mile or so, maybe a mile and a half. I have this flashlight that I stole from the dead Bozeman." He switched it on. "We just have to follow the trail the snowmobile left until we get back to his house, where, I hope to God, that piano-playing monster has got sick of that morbid music and is pounding out some ragtime." Numbie looked at the beam from the flashlight sliding over the snowmobile tracks, and he said, "Your being smart just saved us." Well, saved might be too strong a word, considering that we're going nowhere but back into the village of the damned. They trudged side by side along the tracks the snowmobile had left, and after a while, Nummy said, "I haven't wished I was smart in a long, long time, but now I wish it." "Don't," Mr. List said. "Being smart isn't all it's cracked up to be. Besides, like I told you before, the world is full of educated, smart people who are 10 times dumber than you." Nummy's nose watered from the cold, and the nose water half froze on his upper lip. He wiped with his coat sleeve, but then he realized that was disgusting, so he just put up with the lip ice. After another while, he said, "I wonder what it's like to live with palm trees, a place like that." "It's nice enough. I'll take you someplace like that if we live through this." "Oh, I don't know. Grandmama, she's buried here and all." "We can dig her up and take her with us, bury her where there's sun and flowers year-round." "I don't know they'd let us do that." "Anything can be arranged for money." "I wouldn't know how." "I would." "I guess you would." After another silence, Mr. List said, "Good thing for us there's no wind, or these tracks would smooth right over before we found our way back." "That's another smart thing to figure out." "My brain is so big and still growing so fast, every couple of years they have to open my skull and take out a piece of brain so there's room enough in there." "I don't think that could be true," Nummy said. "Well, it is true. My medical bills are enormous." 39. When Carson, Michael, and Addison returned to the Samples house with Deucalion, she knew the riders and riderettes were going to need a lot of persuading to turn over their children to a menacing-looking giant with half his face broken and tattooed, even if the other half was rather handsome. He would need to demonstrate his ability to move any distance that he wished in a single step. He would need to explain that he could take with him anything on which he placed his hands, including other people, or, with a slightly different technique, an entire vehicle full of people. But Carson worried that such a demonstration might have the opposite effect of the one intended. Considering his appearance, the occasional luminous pulses passing through his eyes, his deep voice with its rough timbre, and his strong hands that seemed to be as large as shovels, these people might find him downright demonic and refuse to entrust their precious children to him, even if they might be safer out of Rainbow Falls. Having Addison with them would be helpful. His late Uncle Norris and Aunt Thelma had been parishioners of the Riders in the Sky. He said that the Gazette had a few times reported on the church's annual socials and on their charitable work, always with care not to write anything that might suggest that their faith was more colorful than the traditional denominations. Just as Deucalion, reluctant to risk stretching his credibility to the snapping point, had not spoken the name Frankenstein to the people at KBOW, so Carson had avoided mentioning it to these folks. With the help of young Farley Samples, she talked them out of the alien invasion theory and into an acceptance of the nanotechnology explanation, leaving them to imagine that the villains were part of some totalitarian faction of the government. If the riders and riderettes could not bring themselves to trust Deucalion, who might seem to have less in common with them than the killing machines that attacked them in the roadhouse, she would at last have to speak Victor's name and try to bridge their skepticism and guide them to a full understanding of the situation. As Carson led the way through the front door into the living room, 5 men were finishing the window fortifications and the weapons preparations on which they had been engaged earlier. Behind Michael and Addison, Deucalion entered last, pushing back the hood of his coat as he stepped into the house. The 5 churchmen looked up, and in every case froze at the sight of this man who, at various times in his long life, had earned a living as a sideshow freak in carnivals. Although none of the riders reached for a weapon lying near at hand, Carson felt the tension in the room, as though the barometric pressure had plunged in anticipation of a storm. Some men's eyes widened, others narrowed, but they all seemed to have made up their minds about Deucalion on sight, as Carson had feared. "This man is a friend of ours," Carson said. "He's a friend of Addison's, too. He's the key to victory for all of us and the best hope of saving the children." She was little more than halfway through that introduction when one of the 5 riders hurried out of the room and thundered up the stairs toward the second floor, while another disappeared into the dining room. When Carson began to warn them that their first impression of Deucalion was mistaken, one of the remaining 3 riders raised a hand to silence her. "Ma'am, best wait so you won't have to repeat yourself so much." In their aprons, Dolly Samples leading and drying her hands on a dish towel, the riderettes came in from the kitchen and the dining room. Numerous, thunderous footsteps hurriedly descending the stairs heralded 8 or 10 men who entered the living room through the hallway arch. They crowded the farther half of the room, keeping some distance from Deucalion, their expressions somber and their stares as sharp as fencing knives. Lorene Rudolph covered her mouth with one hand, as though stifling a scream, and another woman was trembling so badly that she had to lean on one of her companions. Among these cowboys there were some of considerable size, big enough to give a rodeo bull second thoughts about participating in a contest with them. But none of them stood as tall as Deucalion, or matched his mass of muscle. They glanced at one another, and Carson thought they were wondering how many of them might be needed to take him down. Fresh startlement raced through those assembled, gasps and murmurs, and when Carson looked at Deucalion, she saw eerie light throbbing through his eyes. The men were standing taller than they had been a moment earlier, and 2 more women had raised their hands to their mouths, their eyes owlish. Carson started to speak, sensed that the moment wasn't right, wasn't hers, might instead be Deucalion's. But the giant made no effort to intrude or explain himself. With stoic acceptance of the fear he could induce without effort, he surveyed those who gaped at him, perhaps much as he had matched the stares of those who came to see him in the carnival sideshows. Tucking the dish towel in one of the 2 patch pockets on her apron, Dolly Samples came forward slowly, and no one warned her to stay back, though it seemed to Carson that the men grew more tense. Just 5 feet 2, Dolly had to peer up at quite an angle to study Deucalion's now downturned face, and she seemed most intent on the intricate half-face tattoo and on fully understanding the terrible damage to the underlying bone structure. "I dreamed of you," Dolly said, which was nothing that Carson expected her to say. "The most vivid dream of my life. More than 2 years ago it was." When Dolly spoke the date, Carson glanced at Michael, and he at her. For the night of her dream was also the night that Victor Frankenstein, the original, had died in the landfill in highlands north of Lake Pontchartrain. "I dreamed of your great size, the hooded coat you're wearing now," Dolly said. "Your lovely face and your poor face, both halves exactly as they are, and the tattoo in all its detail." Carson realized that the women with their hands to their mouths had never been stifling screams. They were guarding emotions of a much different kind, and now tears stood in their eyes. "In the dream, I saw the light in your eyes, and at first I was afraid, but then I knew there was no reason for fear. I thought of a line from Proverbs 15. The light of the eyes rejoiceth the heart, and I knew that you were our friend." When Deucalion spoke, his voice seemed deeper and more resonant than ever.
"What happened in this dream?"
"We had come to the shore of a sea, the water very dark and turbulent. There were so many children with us, our own, and children I'd never seen before. We were fleeing something. I don't know what, but death was coming. We were like the Israelites at the shore, and you came to us out of nowhere, one moment not there and then among us. You parted the sea and told the children to follow you, and they were saved."
"I can't part the sea and make a dry path through it," Deucalion said. "But there's something else I can do that I will show you, and then you can decide whether to entrust the children to me."
Dolly said, "I told everyone about the dream. I knew it must be prophetic, it was so intense. I knew one day you would appear among us out of nowhere."
The other women crossed the room to Deucalion, and their men came behind them. Dolly said,
"You have suffered very much."
"And there was a time I caused suffering," he confessed.
"We all do, one way or another. May I touch your face?"
He nodded. She raised her right hand first to the undamaged side of his face and pressed it against his cheek as a loving mother might have done. Then her fingers tenderly traced the fractured contours of the damaged side, the impossible concavity, and the lumpish scar tissue.
"You're beautiful," she said. "Very beautiful."
40. At first, with 3 flashlight beams sweeping this way and that, revealing only portions of the glistening contours, causing shadows to swell and shrink, Bryce Walker couldn't understand what these things might be that hung from the 12-foot-high ceiling of the school kitchen. Most were suspended over the prep tables, huge and greasy-looking, and somehow obscene, but a few hung in the wide aisles. The surface of each of these objects was mottled shades of gray, but among all the grays were silvery patches and veins that glittered like diamond dust. Young Travis, being a reader of genres different from and darker than the westerns that Bryce wrote, was quicker to identify these mysterious sacks. Cocoons! As if the word triggered a response, a slithering noise arose from the sack nearest the boy, and then the creatures gestating in the other cocoons grew restless as well, and raised a chorus of susurrant sounds, either the friction of countless snakes coiling among one another or their hissed threats, as if this were not the Meriwether Lewis Elementary School as it appeared to be, but was instead the bottom of the pit of the world, where the oldest serpent of them all waited golden-eyed and hungry.
"Be very still,"
Sully York whispered. Bryce and Travis took the seasoned adventurer's advice, in part because, in spite of the noise, nothing appeared to move within the cocoons. The surfaces of them didn't ripple or show any strain of imminent birth. As the slithery noise gradually quieted, Bryce looked at Travis, whose features glowed with the flashlight beam reflected back from the glimmering sack. The boy's face, his furrowed brow, his haunted eyes, his grimly set mouth, revealed his thoughts as clearly as an e-book reader presented a page on its screen. Sometimes insects spun cocoons around themselves and around the paralyzed but living food on which they would feed during their metamorphosis, and Travis wondered if the kitchen staff might be sealed inside these hideous bags, incapacitated but aware, his mother among them, in the embrace of some pale, wriggling thing that had begun to feast. Bryce shuddered and longed to be in an armchair with a mug of spiked coffee and a book by Louis L'Amour or Elmer Kelton, in which the villains were nothing worse than hired gunmen or a sheriff gone bad or stagecoach robbing highwaymen. When silence reigned once more, Sully York whispered,
"Nice and easy. Stay together. Look around."
Because the kitchen was at the back of the school, the overhead lights would not have been seen from the street. Sully didn't propose turning them on, however, and Bryce supposed that might be because he feared that the residents of the cocoons would become agitated by the brightness. Or maybe he worried the shotgun blast that had taken out the door lock would have been heard by the wrong people, who were not really people, who would cruise around the building to have a look. In unspoken agreement, they kept the 3 flashlights low and away from the windows. Throughout the big institutional kitchen were signs of violence, overturned equipment, scattered pots and pans, broken crockery. The culinary staff evidently had put up a fight. Near a double-wide bank of stacked ovens, Bryce's flashlight revealed a severed hand. He almost turned the beam away from it in revulsion, but subconsciously he was aware that something about this chopped-off extremity was more shocking than the mere fact of its existence. He needed a moment to recognize that instead of a thumb, the hand was equipped with a big toe. Not one that had been stapled to the hand by some psychotic jokester, but a toe that appeared to grow naturally where a thumb should have been. Many hours earlier, this day had jumped off the rails of reality, and he no longer expected that 2 + 2 would always equal 4. Nevertheless, this severed hand marked a sharp turn into an even stranger realm than the one that he had been exploring ever since he had heard, in the hospital, faint, distant screams of terror and pain rising from the basement to his bathroom through the heating system ductwork. And now he realized that the misplaced toe was not the only bizarre feature of the hand. In the meatiest part of the palm was a half-formed nose, the columella, the tip, a single nostril from which bristled a few hairs, and a small length of the bridge. The partial nose was so well detailed that he expected to see the hairs quiver in an exhalation. He was too old for this. He was 72. His wife, Renata, had died 18 months earlier, and he was an immeasurably older man now than he had been then, ancient, exhausted. Life without her was, in a way, no less wearing than life without food. This was just a different kind of starvation. Finding this macabre hand, he wanted to return home, curl up in bed, lying on his side so that he could see the framed photograph of Rennie on his nightstand, go to sleep, and let the world plunge all the way to hell if that's where it was bound. One thing prevented him from taking that course of action, or inaction. Travis Ahern. He believed that he saw in this boy someone like young Bryce Walker had been back in the day. He wanted Travis to live to find his own Renata, to discover the work that he was born to do, and to know the satisfaction of doing it well. He and Rennie never were able to have children, but now, by a twist of fate, he was responsible for one. Bryce hesitated so long over the four-fingered mutation that both Travis and Sully saw it and stood with him to wonder about it. None of them commented on the hand, not because their whispers might agitate the residents of the Koontz, but because no words were adequate to the moment. At the end of the kitchen farthest from the point at which they entered, a door led to what Travis, having been here often with his mother, identified as a spacious walk-in pantry. A tall, heavy steel cabinet which had stood against the wall opposite the door had toppled into the pantry entrance during whatever melee had occurred, acting as a large angled brace that prevented the door from being opened. "We have to look," Travis murmured. "We have to." Bryce and Sully set aside their shotguns and together muscled the cabinet upright, against the wall where it belonged. Its safety-latched doors didn't come open, but Bryce could hear the broken contents clattering around inside. When Travis reached for the lever-style door handle, Sully quietly cautioned the boy to wait until he had his shotgun in both hands. Bryce held 2 flashlights as Travis, standing to one side and out of Sully's line of fire, opened the door and pushed it aside. The 2 beams played across the back wall shelves of the deep pantry and then down to the woman sitting on the floor. Travis said, "Mom?" She stared at them, astonished, or uncomprehending, her eyes bright with fear. Bryce didn't know what the silvery bead was, gleaming liquidly like a drop of mercury on her left temple, but he thought it couldn't be anything good. 41. In the snow of the nearly flat roof of KBOW, Sam Chakrabarty took up a position at the front of the building behind the 3-foot-high parapet. Between 4-foot lengths of that roof-encircling wall were 2-foot-wide crenellations from which a defender could, in relative safety, fire down upon attackers. He sat with his right side against the parapet, head craned forward to peer through one of the crenels, looking east toward the entry to the parking lot, where the bad guys would turn in from the street, if they came. Sammy took some comfort in that if, even though he knew in his heart that they would come. Sometimes a cold night in Rainbow Falls was a fine thing, the chill invigorating and the town pretty in the clear, crisp air, But this was the ugly side of cold, a mean little troll of a night that had sharp teeth and a bite sufficiently venomous to numb his nose. He sat on a plastic garbage bag to keep his bottom from getting wet. For the most part he was warm, his clothes adequate to the conditions. But he worried about his hands. He had worn a simple pair of knitted gloves to work, the kind that didn't hamper driving, but that were not bitter weather gear. If the replicants arrived in significant numbers, if there was a prolonged assault, Sammy feared that his hands would stiffen to an extent certain to affect his handling of the assault rifle and the shotgun. Consequently, instead of sitting with the rifle ready in his grip, he propped it against the parapet and kept his hands in the flannel-lined pockets of his jacket. He anticipated that the replicants would have one of two strategies: either a fearless assault on the doors, with the intent of storming the place and killing everyone therein, or an attack on the broadcast tower immediately behind and attached to the station. If they controlled the power company, as Deucalion insisted they did, they could black out this entire square block, but that would not put an end to Mason Morell's clarion call for strong resistance to the revolution. The station had emergency generators housed within the building, fed by a large gasoline tank buried under the parking lot, and they could remain on the air for at least 24 hours on their fuel supply, perhaps twice that long. The open-girder steel tower was of strong construction, its 4 legs sunk in 18-foot-deep concrete pylons that anchored it to the earth, and that were themselves anchored in bedrock. This design ensured the tower would ride through the worst projected 1,000-year earthquake that might rock the area related to a volcanic event at Yellowstone. The weakest point was the transmission cable that came out of the rear of the building in a conduit. The tower might be toppled with enough explosives, and the precious cable could be obliterated with a smaller charge. Sammy would be shooting down on any team that tried to approach the tower, and with the rapid-fire semi-auto Bushmaster, he should be able to take them out long before they reached their objective, even if they were tough enough to take 4 or 5 mortal hits before succumbing. From Ralph's home bunker, or whatever it was, he had brought not only weapons but also additional equipment that might prove useful, including 4 Motorola talkabouts, walkie-talkies about the size of cell phones but 1.5 inches thick. These allowed Ralph, Bert, Mason, and Sammy to speak with one another in a crisis. Sammy kept his in a jacket pocket. The talkabout chirruped, and when he pulled it from his jacket he heard Bert Cogborn say, "Sammy, are you there?" Sammy held down the transmit button, said, "In place and ready for action," and then released it. From his post in the reception lounge below, Bert said, "If something happens to me, and you take in Bobby, never ever give him any of those rawhide treats. He loves them, but dogs can choke on them too easy. Over." Sammy replied, "No rawhide treats. Got it. Over." Before Sammy could return the talkabout to his pocket, Bert said, "You'll want to take him out to pee first thing in the morning. Again around 11. Also after he eats at 3:30. And a 4th time just before bed. Over." Sammy was about to respond when Bert transmitted again. "Bobby pees 4 times a day, but he rarely ever poops 4 times. What he does is he poops usually 3 times a day, so if on one of his outings he doesn't poop, don't worry about it. That's normal. Over." Sammy waited to be sure that Bert was finished, and then he transmitted, 4 pees, 3 poops. Got it. Over and out." Bert wasn't finished. "Just to be sure you got it right, tell me which bunny is his favorite." Over. "Light green, fully floppy bunny, not just floppy ears," Sammy replied. Over and out. Anyone on the channel whose talkabout was switched on could hear their exchanges. The device chirruped before Sammy could pocket it, and Ralph Nettles said, "Good thing you aren't obligated to take me in, Sammy. With this prostate, I have to pee like every half hour. Over and out." Sammy waited for a while before stuffing the walkie-talkie in his jacket pocket once more. As if somebody opened a door in the sky, a breeze came down to chase off the stillness. The snow seemed to fall faster, which was probably an illusion. Instead of spiraling in a waltz with the air, the flakes hurried through the darkness, bright slanting skeins in the parking lot lamps. Instantly the air was colder than before, and Sammy fisted his lightly gloved hands in his pockets. 42. Jocko was going to screw up. Didn't know when, didn't know how, but Jocko would screw up because he was Jocko. He sat on the floor, at the living room coffee table, wearing one of his 14 funny hats with bells, not his hacker hat. This was his "please don't let me screw up" hat. It had never worked before, but it had to work this time. It just had to. With a book, Erica sat in a chair by the fireplace. She smiled at him. Jocko didn't smile. As a former tumor and a current monster, his smile was terrifying. He had learned the hard way how terrifying his smile could be. Erica wasn't terrified by it. Erica loved him. She was his mom, adopted. But his smile frightened everyone else. Then they screamed or stoned him, or beat him with sticks or buckets, or shoved him in an oven and tried to bake him to death, or shot at him, or tried to set him on fire, or tossed him into a pen with 3 big hungry hogs, or literally threw him under a bus, or tried to strangle him with a prayer shawl. Don't smile. Don't smile. Kneeling on the floor across the coffee table from him was his new friend, Chrissy. Because he was a few inches taller than the average dwarf, Jocko was shorter than almost everyone. He wasn't shorter than Chrissy, who was 5 years old. He was the big kid here. Status. This was a first for Jocko, the big kid. The responsibility of his position weighed on Jocko. He was afraid he would start to sweat. On the table were 2 cups and saucers, a little plate on which lay 4 plain-looking biscuits and 6 cubes of sugar, 2 spoons, 2 fancy linen napkins with embroidered pink roses that Jocko would have liked to make into a hat for Sundays, and a teapot. Chrissy said, "How very nice of you to come visiting, Princess Josephine." Surprised, little bells jingling, Jocko looked around. For the princess. Royalty. He'd never met royalty before. He might need a different funny hat. He might need shoes. But no one new had come into the room. When he cocked his head at Chrissy, perplexed, she said, "Now you're supposed to say, 'How very nice of you to invite me, Princess Chrissy.'" Deeply impressed, Jocko said, "You're a princess?" "I'm the Princess of Montana. My father is the king." "Whoa," Jocko said. He began to sweat, just a little, in his ears. "And you," said Princess Chrissy, "are Princess Josephine of a faraway kingdom." "I'm Jocko." "This is tea with princesses. Princess Jocko sounds dumb. You gotta be Princess Josephine." Jocko smacked his mouth flaps, thinking about it. "You mean her stand-in because she couldn't make it at the last minute?" "Okay, sure." Jocko asked, "Why couldn't the real Princess Josephine make it?" Princess Chrissy shrugged. "Maybe she met a handsome prince and they're going to get married." "Or maybe," Jocko said, "a sinister contagion has swept her father's kingdom." Princess Chrissy frowned. "What's that thing you said?" "A sinister contagion, a plague, a horrible disfiguring disease. Your nose can rot off, your ears like leprosy, your tongue can turn black and shrivel up, thousands dead, thousands more scarred and deranged and crippled for life, bodies piled up in gutters, mass graves, catastrophe." She shook her head. "No, it's the handsome prince. Now will you say it so we can go on?" Because he wanted this tea time to be a great success, Jocko smacked his lip flaps and thought some more. To be sure, he did just what she wanted. To be very sure. Then he said, "It's so we can go on." Princess Chrissy cocked her head at him, the way he had earlier cocked his at her. From her chair by the fireplace, Erica stage whispered to Jocko, "How very nice of you to invite me, Princess Chrissy." Oh, he felt stupid, 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 stupid. Less monster than tumor, less tumor than lowly cyst. Typical stupid Jocko. He tried to make a suave recovery.
How very nice of you to invite me, Princess Chrissy. Would you like tea, Princess Josephine? Yes, I would like tea. Isn't this a pretty teapot? Yes, it is pretty, and a teapot. Shall I pour a full cup? Yes, you shall,
Jocko said. He was getting the hang of this. It was easier than he thought it would be. Princess Chrissy said,
Something's dripping out of your ears.
Sweat, just sweat.
I don't sweat out of my ears.
Jocko shrugged.
It's a gift. It's icky. A little icky,
he admitted,
but it doesn't stink.
As she poured the tea into the cups, Princess Chrissy said,
Princess Josephine, whose picture is on your dress? Is he a knight of your kingdom?
Jocko wasn't wearing a dress. He wore jeans and a long-sleeved T-shirt with his hero's image on it.
He's the one, the only Buster Steelhammer. He's the face-smashing, butt-kicking, steroid-crazed, make-you-cry-mama best wrestler of all time.
Princess Chrissy said she didn't know what a wrestler was. They didn't have wrestlers at the royal castle, and Princess Josephine, who was Jocko, was thrilled to explain. He wrestled himself around the floor, got himself in a hammerlock, which he could do because of the length of his arms, and the extra elbow joint. He stomped his right foot in his face, held his squished-up face to the floor. He didn't have any hair to pull except the 3 hairs on his tongue, but he'd never seen any tongue hair pulling in any show put on by World Wrestling Entertainment. He couldn't pick himself up and body-slam himself. He tried, but he couldn't. However, he could do a lot of cool wrestler stuff, which he did, and then returned to his place at the table. Princess Chrissy giggled.
You're silly.
Her giggle made Jocko feel like a real prince. Or a princess. Whichever. Princess Chrissy picked up her cup, blew on it, and said,
This is the only time I ever had real tea to drink for tea time. Maid Erica brewed it for us. What do you usually drink at tea time? Air tea, Princess Chrissy said.
Jocko drained the teacup in one swallow. He stuck out his tongue and rubbed it vigorously with both hands, grabbed up the fancy napkin, wiped out the inside of his mouth, blew his nose, blotted the sweat from his ears. He said, No offense meant.
You should ought to put sugar in it,
Princess Chrissy said, pointing to the 4 cubes left on the plate. Jocko snatched up all 4 cubes, tossed them into his mouth, rolled them around. Better, but too sweet. He spat them in his cup.
Wait,
he said, sprang to his feet and pirouetted out of the room. Along the hallway, into the kitchen, around the center island. He liked to pirouette. When he was nervous, burning up energy, spinning to calm down. Oh, how his hat bells jingled! When he returned to the living room, he brought a silver tray with 2 fresh teacups, a 2-quart bottle of cold Pepsi, a plate of whoopie pies.
This is how we have tea in my kingdom,
Jocko said. He poured Pepsi in both cups, didn't slop any on the table, didn't just drink from the bottle, threw the 4 plain-looking biscuits into the fireplace, tossed a whoopie pie as if it were a frisbee, and caught it when it spun around the room like a boomerang and returned to him. Totally George Clooney. Putting her tea aside, Princess Chrissy said,
This is lovely.
Very lovely, he agreed.
Princess Josephine, tell me the news from your kingdom.
About to thrust an entire whoopie pie in his mouth, Jocko put it down instead. He was only Josephine's stand-in. He didn't know anything about her kingdom. Maybe he should lie. But lying wasn't right. He had often lied, but it wasn't right. He wanted to be a better Jocko. Princess Chrissy said,
Tell me about your dragons.
There aren't any dragons.
What about witches?
Nope, no witches.
Then tell me about your wizards.
No wizards. He saw she was unhappy with him. He was a bad conversationalist, bad, pathetic, despicable, horrendous. Think, salvage the moment. Put the burden of conversation on her. Your father, he's the king of Montana. How many heads has he chopped off?
Silly, he doesn't chop off heads.
Some kings do, Jocko said.
No, they don't. Some do, and torture people in dungeons. No, they don't. They rip out your fingernails. What's wrong with you? Princess Chrissy asked. Jocko's just saying, like in the history books, they brand you with hot irons and stick needles in your tongue. You have yellow eyes, Princess Chrissy said. Now, confidently holding up his end of the conversation, pleased to discover his social skills improving so rapidly, Jocko said, They put you on this thing they call the rack, and they stretch your body until your joints pull apart. You got scary eyes, Princess Chrissy said. From her armchair by the fireplace, Erica said, Did you know that some angels have yellow eyes, golden eyes? They do? Chrissy and Jocko asked simultaneously. Did you know that angels have to know how to wrestle because they're always wrestling devils? Is Buster Steelhammer an angel? Princess Chrissy asked. He's too badass to be an angel, Jocko decided. Outside, the growl of an engine rose like a truck pulling into their driveway. Putting aside her book, rising from her chair, Erica said, Why don't you talk about angels, just angels, while I see who that is? Probably isn't angels, Chrissy said. Angels fly, they don't need trucks. Erica said, That's why I keep a semi-auto shotgun handy, sweetheart. 43. In the interest of efficiency, a communitarian needed to adapt to setbacks whenever they occurred. With the urgent need to finish bringing more order to the disordered barn and thus do her part to destroy humankind, Nancy Potter used the push-broom as a crutch and hobbled into the tack room at the back of the barn. At the end of that narrow space stood a small desk where the real Mayor Erskine Potter had sat to maintain records of expenses related to the horses and to keep notes about vet visits and recommendations. At the desk was an old wooden office chair on wheels. Nancy broke the back off the chair, turning it into a wheeled stool. Using a large roll of vet-wrap hoof tape, she bound the cauterized stump of her left leg to the stool, which wasn't an easy task, but she persisted for the community. Walking on her right foot, rolling on her footless left leg stump, she maneuvered out of the tack room into the main part of the barn. She stood over the remains of Ariel, wondering if there was anything she ought to do. This didn't look like a builder anymore. It was like a large, mostly smooth formation of limestone in which someone had been carving faces. There were 3 faces at different places, all sort of resembling Ariel, but distorted. She turned the broom around in her hands and rapped the end of the handle against what had once been Ariel, and it sounded like stone, too. She could not see anything she needed to do more urgently than sweep and sweep the barn floor until all the bristle marks in the dirt were aligned rather than chaotic. As she set to work, she realized that sprinkles of snowflakes were coming through the 2 holes that Ariel, in her swarm mode, had made in the roof. Because the building was heated, most of the flakes melted and evaporated as they fell. Those few that survived all the way to the floor became dots of dampness that would soon dry. The broom swished and swished. The wheels of the chair squeaked. The seat creaked. A light wind soughed in the eaves of the barn and snuffled at the holes in the roof. The horses were calm again. Commander had not managed to kick out any portion of his stall at the height of his terror. Now and then Queenie and Valentine nickered. A couple of times the stallion snorted. Entirely committed to precisely aligning the bristle marks in the dirt, replicant Nancy seldom looked up from the difficult task before her. But every time she raised her eyes, the horses had their heads beyond the tops of their stall doors, watching her, sometimes while they chewed a bit of hay, other times just staring. They were so stupid. Like everything in nature, they were really stupid, poorly designed, requiring too much in the way of resources, crapping all the time, urinating all the time, so stupid that they would just stand and watch, hour after hour as she swept, just stand and watch, too stupid to understand that she was working for the total destruction of them and of the natural world that sustained them.
The horses were so stupid Nancy wanted to laugh at them, but she couldn't. In theory, she quite understood the psychological and emotional causes of laughter, but laughter was for human beings. One more indication of their lack of seriousness, of how easily they were distracted. Communitarians could pretend laughter to pass for the people they replaced, but laughter never distracted them from their duties, from their lethal crusade. Laughing or not laughing, humans were inattentive, heedless, preoccupied, oblivious fools, no better than horses. For a while she pretended laughter, practiced it diligently, so that if at some point she needed to masquerade as an amused and distracted human, she would sound convincing. The swish of the broom, the squeak of the wheels, the creak of the chair seat, the sough and snuffle of the wind, and her laughter, and the snow fluttering down and vanishing in mid-air, and the horses watching, the stupid horses, so easily entertained. 44. A lover of history and tradition, Addison Hawke had never been afraid of change. Occasionally suspicious of the reasons behind some of it, often unconvinced about its value, but not afraid. Until now. Replications of people being pumped out in laboratories, nano-animals instantly devouring their enemies. That electrifying video made by one of the riders seemed to support the fear that if the end of humanity had not begun in Rainbow Falls, if this battle could be won, the victory would be brief, and the end would begin elsewhere. The enemy, a later generation of these creatures, or something else equally post-human, but even worse. He didn't know what to make of Deucalion. The name Frankenstein had been shared with him, as it had not been shared with either the people at the Samples House or with the staff at KBOW. As an editor and a publisher, knowledge was his business, his life. But he was in danger of information overload. When he heard they were taking a dozen of the riders' youngest children, between 4 and 11 years of age, to Erica's house, he knew this must be the beautiful and self-possessed woman whom he had encountered earlier in the day outside of Jim James' bakery. He didn't know of another Erica in Rainbow Falls. He volunteered to go with Deucalion and stay with Erica, to help her manage these kids and the others who would be brought later. With the children on benches in the back of the truck, Addison rode up front with Deucalion. He was given to understand that the giant knew a shortcut, a way around the roadblocks, but this mode of travel, teleportation, was just as unprecedented as all else on this day. As Deucalion drove along the Samples' driveway toward the street, he said something about the arrow of time being indeterminate on the quantum level, that every moment contained both all the past and all the future. And when they turned left into the street, they also and instantly turned into Erica's driveway, 4 miles north of town, and parked near the front porch of the house. Evidently aware that Addison had been stunned into immobility, Deucalion said,
"The universe began from an inexpressibly dense speck of matter, which was as much a thought, a concept, as it was matter. After the Big Bang, after expanding outward in all directions through these billions of years, that speck of matter has become the universe as we know it. But on a fundamental level, because all of time is present in every moment of time, the universe is still that dense speck. It's simultaneously both that speck and everything that it has since expanded to become. So while the universe is vast, it is also very tiny, a speck. And in that speck all places are the same place. The Samples house is 1 step from Erica's place, which is 1 step from Hong Kong, which is 1 step from Mars. You just have to know how to live in the reality of the universe in both of the states that it exists."
Although he was a man of words, for a moment Addison could think of nothing to say. Then he said, "I'll get the kids out of the back." Erica waited for them on the porch. As Addison followed the children up the front steps, she appeared surprised, and he thought perhaps pleased to see him. Although the cold wind chapped lips and pinched cheeks, Erica kept the Riders' children on the porch long enough to explain to them that in the house they would meet another little girl like them, but also a special little boy. This wonderful little boy, she said, had suffered much in his life, mostly because he looked so different from other children. She said he was self-conscious about his appearance, his feelings were easily hurt, and all he wanted was to have friends and be a friend to others. She was aware that all the Rider children knew about Jesus, and she reminded them that Jesus valued goodness, not appearances. He valued goodness even more than a nice ride on a fine horse. She said once they got to know this special little boy, they would love him. But she also said that after they got to know him, if suddenly he seemed very scary, that would be only because he had smiled. He had a very unfortunate smile. He would try not to smile because he didn't want to scare people, but sometimes he just couldn't help himself. So if suddenly he looked like he was going to eat you alive, that was just silly, because he was only smiling. Although the kids were excited about meeting this wonderful little boy and shared their anticipation with one another, Addison wasn't sure that he was as eager for the encounter as they were. Laboratory-made people, voracious nano-animals, Frankenstein and his 200-year-old creation, teleportation, or something like it, enough was enough for one night. Erica smiled at him as she waited for the children to take off their snow-caked boots, and he decided to accept her invitation. She ushered them inside, through the foyer, through an archway, into a living room, where a pretty little girl stood beside the special little boy, whom apparently Jesus wanted them to love. The boy was immeasurably more special than Addison Hawk had expected, and if the word boy actually applied, Addison's dictionaries were so out of date that he might as well burn them. Not one of the kids screamed. That surprised Jocko. They all gasped. Nothing more. Gasp! Not one of them went looking for a bucket or a stick or an oven to bake him in. Some of them gasped twice, and a few smiled, sort of. Smiled funny-like. None of them puked. Their eyes were very wide, although not as big as Jocko's eyes. They seemed amazed, only amazed. For a moment Jocko didn't get it. Then he did. They weren't interested in him. Why would they be? They recognized royalty when they saw it. Sweeping one hand toward his tea-time hostess, Jocko said, "It is my great honor to present Her Royal Highness, Princess Chrissy, daughter of the King of Montana." 45. Listening to Grace Ahern, Sully York aspired to be the Pulp Fiction hero that he'd been often before, in the best moments of his eventful life. He had been shaped by the boys' adventure novels he began reading when he was 8 years old. He'd read hundreds. As a young man, he unconsciously styled himself after the intrepid figures in those books, and when he had realized he was doing so, he decided that he would have more fun if he consciously styled himself after them. He was aware that some people could not abide him, but he knew at least 1,000 men who modeled themselves after Holden Caulfield in The Catcher in the Rye, and who were all the very self-satisfied phonies they supposedly despised, so he reckoned that he had done well enough. Now, as Grace Ahern told her tale, Sully York reacted in the finest pulp tradition. He felt his blood boil with outrage, his heart pound with a sense of adventure, his spleen swell with righteous anger, his spine stiffen with courage, and his gut clench with the right kind of healthy fear, the kind that wouldn't loosen the bowels. Just outside the walk-in pantry, Grace, a damn attractive woman, clung desperately to her son, Travis, who was proving himself to be a gallant lad. They wanted to get her out of there, away from the cocoons, but she refused, insisting instead that they had to understand and act. This display of fortitude and commitment made her markedly more attractive. Even in the severe and distorting shadows created by the upwash of flashlight beams, she could quicken a stout heart, and he knew she would be lovelier in any other ambience. Sully found himself watching Bryce Walker as much as he watched this fine woman, trying to read whether the writer was smitten by her. Well, it didn't matter if they were both charmed by Grace Ahern, because they were both too old for her, and it would be absurd to think otherwise. Of course, there were men in Sully's family who had lived well past 100, still physically fit, active, and mentally sharp. Some of them even held jobs past the century mark. But that was neither here nor there. They were both too old to charm her as she charmed them, and that was the end of it. Grace recounted how the culinary and janitorial staffs finished serving lunch the previous afternoon and were cleaning up the kitchen and the cafeteria when they were assaulted by police officers and by the principal, the assistant principal, the school nurse, and other people with whom they had worked for years. As they were overpowered, a gun-like stainless steel device was pressed to their heads, the trigger pulled. The others had become instantly docile, aware and alert, but incapable of resistance, able to control only their eyes. Seeing her co-workers standing in attendance like zombies waiting for some hoodoo master to give them orders, Grace proved herself as quick-thinking and as iron-nerved as she was damn attractive. The controlling probe, if that was the word, had not affected her as it affected the others. A sharp flash of pain and then a lingering dull headache. Perhaps it angled through the skull, through bone, and never reached the brain. Or, a more daunting thought, even if it was a thin needle, perhaps the thing pierced the brain but failed to function. In any event, she pretended to the same docility that the others displayed. She stood among them, waiting for an opportunity to bolt. The principal, assistant principal, and other conspiring school employees departed, leaving only 2 policemen to guard the helpless zombies. Moments later, a radiantly beautiful young woman and equally radiant young man arrived in the kitchen, of such physical perfection that they appeared unearthly from a higher realm. They moved like dancers, seeming to float across the floor. When they spoke, their voices were mellifluous. Each said only one thing, the same thing: "I am your builder." The rendering began, and when one of the builders had churned through 2 people, it regurgitated the matter that had spun into the first cocoon. If Grace had attempted to flee then, she would surely have been chased down and captured, but she was paralyzed by terror long enough for a lone trucker, making an unscheduled food delivery, to enter the kitchen through the receiving room and the walk-in refrigerator. He couldn't have made much sense of what he saw, but death was obviously in that kitchen, even though the method of slaughter mystified. The delivery man ran, and the police chased him out through the receiving room, leaving the standing zombies in the care of the busy builders. Grace couldn't have fled to the parking lot, for the cops would have snared her as they would surely grab the delivery man. Likewise, she knew that if she passed through other parts of the school, she would encounter one of her fellow workers who had participated in the assault on the culinary and janitorial staffs. Her hope was to hide out only until the builders, whatever they were, finished their horrific work, whatever it might ultimately be. The pantry was the only place in the kitchen where she could quickly get out of sight. The builders weren't people anymore. They were ravenous things, intent only on their rendering. "But then," she said, still holding fast to Travis, the 2 of them supporting each other, "maybe the delivery man came back with reinforcements he found in the parking lot, or other people arrived unexpectedly. I don't know. But there was a struggle in the kitchen. I could hear it through the pantry door, shouts and things crashing. That cabinet fell against the door, trapping me, and then before long everything got quiet." Travis said, "Mom, we've got to get you to a doctor." "No, honey, I wouldn't trust any doctors in this town, any more than I'd trust a policeman." "But what if you're bleeding in there, inside your head?" "Then I wouldn't have made it this long. Right now, what we've got to do is burn those cocoons, whatever's in them, burn every one of them." By God, Sully liked her pluck. She had true grit. He liked her mettle. He wondered if she knew her guns. If not, he knew she could be taught to shoot, and after this mayhem, she'd want to be taught. Some martial arts training, too, throwing stars and chain bolos. She looked like she had the shoulder and arm strength for a crossbow. Bryce Walker said to Grace, "An operation this size, you must have cooking oil and 5-gallon cans.
We could pour a pool of it under the cocoons. Gas ovens are nearby, but I think we'll need something more flammable than vegetable oil to lead the flames down the front of the oven to the floor to get the kind of flash fire we need. I imagine you use sterno or some equivalent for the chafing dishes in the cafeteria. A can of that would be just the thing.
Squinting at Bryce, Sully thought,
So that's how it is, you sly boots, scribbler. We don't think Sully York will surrender the prize easily.
He said,
Mix the sterno with cooking oil on the floor, but you can't be in the room and pour it on open gas flames. The flash will take you down. With sterno and a few ordinary cleaning supplies, I can make a Molotov cocktail, throw it from the door, and be out by the time it shatters and ignites the pool.
Let's do it, Grace said. Burn all of these abominations, then find out where others have been spun, locate every one we can, burn them like burning nests of gypsy moths out of infected trees. Burn them back to hell where they came from. My God, she was game. She knew how to nail her colors to the mast and stick fast to them. Sully had never seen intrepidity in quite so pretty a package. 46.
Jocko in the study with the big guy, the monster of monsters, the legend. The big guy sitting in Jocko's desk chair. Jocko standing beside him, not just a former tumor with hyperactivity disorder, not just a screw-up with hardly any butt and toed feet too big for shoes, but now a comrade in arms. This was better than anything, even better than eating soap. Jocko had tried to show to Kaylee in the printouts stolen secrets, depredated data, plundered, pirated, purloined by Jammin' Jocko, cyber cowboy, highwayman of the ether. But he had dropped them, scooped them up, shuffled them into order, dropped them again. When Jocko started shouting at the pages as if they were alive and in rebellion against him, Deucalion suggested that he hold the pages, review them himself, and ask questions if he had any. Now Jocko stood ready, waiting for questions, about progress for perfect peace, standing ready. Well, not just standing, dancing from foot to foot, sometimes pirouetting, but only 5 or maybe 6 revolutions at a time, doing the boogaloo. A little bit of the funky chicken, making propeller noises with his mouth flaps, hat bells jingling, sort of Christmassy. He felt the need to talk, too. He said, Jocko had it all done like an hour ago. Ripped it, zipped it, got it done. Then Jocko was Princess Josephine, not the real one. Stand in. Didn't put on a dress or anything. Stand in for tea time. With Princess Chrissy. Her dad, I don't know. Maybe he chops off heads. Maybe he doesn't. Jocko sweated from his ears. Otherwise did pretty well. Jocko hates tea. Tea sucks. Whoopie pies are good. Better than bugs. Like Jocko ate back when he lived in a sewer. Way better. No whoopie pies in the sewer. Jocko likes Little Women, the movie. Jocko's got every version. Poor sweet Beth. She always dies in every version. It just rips Jocko up. Jocko cries, not ashamed. It's a good cry. But they should remake Little Women. Let Beth live. Jocko would watch it 1,000 times. Unless Johnny Depp played Beth. You know Johnny Depp? Probably not. Different social circles. Jocko used to be afraid of Justin Bieber. Still is, a little. Then saw Depp. You have allergies? Jocko does. Raspberries. Face swells up. Lots of snot pours out. Well, not snot. Uglier than snot. Don't know what. Never had it analyzed. Disgusting. Jocko can be disgusting. Not on purpose, though. Do you like to pirouette? Jocko likes to pirouette.
The big guy said,
You've done an excellent job here.
Jocko almost died of delight.
Progress for perfect peace. No doubt this Victor Laban is the clone of our Victor. I've been to the warehouse you discovered they own. It's not where he's located. It's a center for liquidation of the people they've replaced with replicants. You found nothing that would pinpoint a location along the End Times Highway that's related to progress for perfect peace.
Jocko shook his head, adamantly, proud of his thoroughness.
Nothing to find. Jocko shucked every ear of data corn, popped it, buttered it, salted it, ate it up, peeled the online onion down to its last layer.
bit every bite of the banana. Sliced, chopped, diced, minced, mashed, and what you see is what there is. Jocko would bet life on it. Jocko will kill himself if he missed something. Kill himself brutally, savagely, over and over again.
Progress for perfect peace, Deucalion brooded. Knowing this name is key, knowing it will find him.
47. A mild wind came up, and Mr. List called it a devil wind, not because devils were blowing around in it, but because it started to smooth away the snowmobile tracks. Just as it seemed the trail would be erased before their eyes, they saw house lights through the snow and found their way back to the Bozeman place. The sad music was still being played. After Mr. List retrieved his long gun from the workbench in the garage, he went into the house, to the living room. Nummie followed the old man, though he didn't want to follow, because he was afraid of the monster playing the piano. There was something about Mr. List that made you have to follow him, though Nummie didn't understand what it was. It wasn't just that he sometimes threatened to cut your feet off and feed them to wolves if you didn't follow him, or if you resisted doing other things he wanted you to do. In fact, Nummie felt compelled to follow Mr. List in spite of the threats. Maybe at the beginning the threats were part of what made Nummie stay with him, but now it was something else. If Grandmama was still alive, she would know what it was and would be able to explain it. In the living room, Mr. List said to the piano player, "Was Bozeman the most depressive son of a bitch who ever lived, or are you just not playing the livelier music he knew?"
"Kill me," the piano man said, "and the music will stop."
"I'd like nothing better than to kill you dead as anyone's ever been," Mr. List said. "I've killed every damn monster I've ever met, and there have been more than a few, but I won't be told to do it by the monster himself. Not a man who can be bossed around. Tell him that's true, boy."
Nummie said,
"That's true. Mr. List can't be bossed around. He gets his back up easy. If he was on fire and somebody told him to jump in the water, he might not do it, 'cause it wasn't his idea first."
"Hell bells," the old man said. "Where did that come from, boy?"
"It come from me, sir."
"Well, I know it came from you. I heard you say it, but it came from somewhere deeper in you than most of your jabber and prattle comes from. Not that I'm encouraging more of the same. I didn't ask you to psychoanalyze me. I asked you to confirm my simple statement for this gloomy son of a bitch."
As before, Xerox Bozeman's hands seemed to float back and forth across the keys, almost as if they weren't taking the music from the piano, as if instead the music was in the hands, and the piano was drawing it out of them, like the land draws lightning to it in a storm. Nummie felt a little hypnotized by the floating hands, as before. Maybe Mr. List was hypnotized, too, because he listened for a while without saying anything. But then the old man said,
"If you want to be dead because of what you saw when Bozeman died, why don't you kill yourself?"
"I can't. My program forbids self-destruction."
"Your program?"
"The one installed in me in the hive, in the laboratory where I was made."
"By Frankenstein," Mr. List said with some scorn. "In the hive."
"That's right."
"You still sticking to that story?"
"It's true."
"And it's not true that you're a Martian or some murderous scum from some other planet?"
"It's not true,"
said the piano player.
"We burned some big cocoons earlier tonight. You make those cocoons?"
"No. I'm a communitarian. The cocoons are made by builders. We both come from the hive."
Mr. List thought about that for a while before he said,
"Earlier I wanted to kill you, but I knew for some reason it was a bad idea. Still think it's a bad idea, damn if I know why, since I'd get plenty of satisfaction from it. So I'll tell you what. I'll kill you as dead can be, as soon as I feel it's right."
The music was very sad. Nummie thought a person might curl up like a pill bug and never uncurl listening to that music too much.
"In return," Mr. List said, "you come along with us, answer some questions."
"What questions?"
the piano player asked. Any damn question that pops in my head to ask. I'm not giving you a list of questions ahead of time so you can study them and just scheme up a bunch of lying answers. O'Bannon here is a dummy, but I'm not, and you better keep that in mind. You lie to me, I'll know that it's a lie. I can smell a lie better than a bloodhound can smell the nearest sausage. Then I'll put you in a cage and feed you well and never kill you. You have to earn it. That understood?
Yes, the Xerox Bozeman said, and he stood up from the piano. 48. The communitarian workers in the hive are forbidden to descend to the vacant lower floors not used by Victor's enterprise, through which he now walks in splendid isolation. In the early days of their creation, two had come down here, been lured into this realm by a scientist named Elis Shaitan, or so he claimed, who worked in the building back in the Cold War. Shaitan had gone mad in a most interesting way, had vanished while supposedly on vacation, but in fact had been living in the secret byways of the lower floors for almost 30 years, subsisting on immense stores of dehydrated vacuum-packed foods intended to sustain thousands of government officials who would have been brought here in anticipation of imminent conflict to ride out World War III and the radioactive aftermath. In certain uber-secret bunkers at the bottom of this super-secret installation, Elis Shaitan invented a colorful personal history that was mythological in nature. In scores of thick hand-written volumes, in elaborate bunker wall paintings and carvings done with hand tools, he celebrated his supposedly supernatural powers, and crowned himself the immortal ruler of this underworld. And, acting as a prophet, he predicted his own ascension to the surface in a time of cataclysm, when he would take what riches he wanted, rape whomever he desired, kill more prolifically than any score of homicidal rulers had ever murdered their fellow men, and allow those to live who worshipped him and became his pliant and obedient servants. In his mid-70s, Shaitan grew weary of waiting to ascend to rule a devastated Earth, and when Victor and his original team of scientists moved into the upper levels of the facility, the bearded old man monitored them secretly. Eventually, he enticed two first-generation communitarians into his lower world of obscene, violent, grotesque murals, into rooms in which the floors were as vividly decorated as the walls and ceilings, and he made an effort to enlist them in his cult. When Victor and his team found the two missing communitarians, both had to be destroyed, so strange had they become. The weakness in their program was identified. Certain lines of code that did not sufficiently embed and enforce the absolute need for total focus on efficiency. All subsequent communitarians had functioned perfectly, of course. Victor had personally killed the lunatic old man and ordered his bunkers sealed. There was no room for an Elis Shaitan in the world to come, no need for his like or his opposite. Now Victor walks the lower floors alone with his thoughts, his multiple cascades of scintillant theories and ideas, pleased by the prospect of witnessing the extermination of every thinking creature on the planet, down to the last finch and wren, to every smallest lizard. When his are the only eyes left to see the world, when his is the only mind left to appreciate it, how brilliant it will be to end his own existence as unhesitatingly as he had terminated Elis Shaitan. He would prefer to walk in this deep retreat for hours yet, for days. But although the solitude is invigorating, his time here is necessarily limited by the absence of communitarians to see to his needs. He takes an elevator up to one of the floors of the hive. In the corridor, as he approaches the first plasma screen, it sounds the 3-note alert to request his attention. Scrolling up the screen comes the report that the employees at KBOW have not been entirely replaced with communitarians as per the plan. They have become aware of the replicants among them, and they are broadcasting a warning to Rainbow Falls, and, perhaps more worrisome, to communities beyond in that portion of Montana that the station serves. This is not a gnat in the path of the communitarian war machine, as was the failure to properly track 2 of the builders. This is admittedly a larger issue, a housefly rather than a gnat. But it is not a serious setback, because there can be no serious setback in the progress of the community. Their triumph is inevitable, and to think otherwise would credit humanity with at least some significance when it has none. Not a minimum. Victor says exactly what he said before, although he knows that his order has already been effectuated because of the well-programmed responses of the brutal communitarian war machine. Consult the Master's strategy and tactics program, apply the appropriate remedy, and press forward without delay. With no destination in mind at the moment, still walking just to walk and think, he turns right at the next corridor, where the small three-legged table waits for him. On the table stands a cold bottle of water. Beside the water is a yellow saucer. In the saucer lies a shiny red capsule and a white tablet. He swallows the capsule first, and then the tablet. When next he approaches a plasma screen, it sounds the 3 notes. The scroll informs him that, in addition to the problem at KBOW, pockets of organized resistance have formed in Rainbow Falls. This is expected. Resistance is futile. Even now, builders by the score are emerging from their cocoons, and the next, more violent phase of the conflict is beginning. Soon they will emerge by the hundreds. They are indestructible, unstoppable, and their rapidly increasing numbers will soon ensure victory in Rainbow Falls, after which they will spread out anonymously through the country and then the world, a plague of death growing geometrically in virulence day by day. 49. At the end of Erica's driveway, Deucalion turned right, not onto the county road, but instead directly into the driveway at the Samples house, under the spreading limbs of the towering evergreens. Through the broken-out passenger window he heard the nearest sentry call quietly to a second who was farther removed, and the second to a third, passing the news like members of a fire line passing a pail of water. The name with which they announced his return wasn't his own. Christopher, Christopher, Christopher. And he wondered why they had adopted a code name for him. As Deucalion stepped down from the truck, Michael appeared in response to the sentry's announcement. The riders don't waste time. The effort to make a garrison in the neighborhood's moving fast, and expanding from 1 square block to 2 as they get people to join them. Those cell phone videos make an impression on the skeptical. And now your work at KBOW. Some local talk show guy is getting out the word with such passion he mostly sounds convincing. And even when he sounds like a raving nut, he sounds like a nut who's telling the truth.
More children?
Deucalion asked. Carson's assembling the next group in the living room.
How many?
I think 15. They're coming over fences from neighboring houses, yard to yard to yard. Opening the cargo doors, Deucalion said,
Jocko found a few things worth knowing. The most helpful might be the name of the organization Victor is using for cover. Progress for Perfect Peace.
Interesting sense of irony. When all of us are dead, the peace will be perfect, I guess.
It's not irony, Deucalion said. It's confidence.
I hate that guy.
Progress for Perfect Peace. Spread the name around. Maybe someone has heard it before. Maybe someone knows about a location other than the warehouse where they were liquidating those brain-damaged people.
Carson appeared on the front porch of the house. She led a group of well-bundled youngsters down the steps and across the yard to the truck. The children must have been briefed about Deucalion, because they showed no fear of him. Their thin, pluming breath seemed to be a testament to their fragility, to how easily they could be snuffed out. But the plumes didn't betray any terror of him. As they boarded the truck, some looked at him shyly, and other sweet, cold-pinked faces regarded him with an awe that seemed to have in it an element of delight. He was not accustomed to delighting children. He liked it. After Deucalion assured the kids that they would not have to endure the dark in the back of the truck for more than a few minutes, he closed the doors and said to Carson,
Why do the sentries call me Christopher?
Among other things, he's the patron saint of travelers, especially of children. They say he was a Canaanite of gigantic stature. Seems to me Christopher fits you better than your current handle.
In a time when he was bitter about having been brought to life, when he was full of rage and had not yet realized what his mission must be, he named himself Deucalion as an expression of his self-loathing. Mary Shelley titled her book Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus. In classical mythology, Prometheus was a Titan, brother of Atlas. He shaped human beings from clay and endowed them with the spark of life. Made by Victor, the modern Prometheus, Deucalion was in effect his son, and he felt back then that he should carry the name to remind himself that he shared the shame of Victor's rebellion against all of nature. Now he knew that the lightning of his birth pulsed in his eyes as he said to Carson,
"I haven't earned a better name than the one I have now."
Earned? Back in Louisiana, you presided over Victor's death in the landfill.
But now he's back. Version 2.0.
He started forward toward the driver's door, then stopped and turned to them.
Where did his clone get the money for this? He left New Orleans with only a fraction of my maker's fortune.
He's like a Broadway producer, Michael said. He found some backers.
Backers with deep pockets, Carson said. So deep they might as well be bottomless.
Deucalion said,
Even if these new creations can be defeated, and even if he can be killed, perhaps we ought to be worried about the reaction of his backers when they get no return for their investment.
He got behind the wheel of the truck. As he pulled out of the driveway and turned left, he tapped the horn, and it sounded as he braked to a stop at Erica's place. By the time he opened the back door and the children began to disembark, Erica and Addison appeared on the front porch to greet them. 50. Frost on foot, urgently seeking transportation, was not sure where he would go when he had wheels. If Chief Raphael Jaramillo, out there bringing a hard new kind of law to this hellish town, was not the real Jaramillo, if the real Jaramillo and his family had been ground up like Daggett, then roads out of Rainbow Falls were probably blockaded. This was the War of the Worlds or something like it, and restricting the movement of people in a captured town was always a priority in a war. To be seen approaching the roadblock and then turning away from it would invite pursuit. Frost wanted to avoid pursuit. After what he had seen, he didn't think he'd survive being chased by whatever the things were that pretended to be local cops. As he prowled this residential neighborhood, wading along snow-mantled sidewalks, drawing steadily closer to the business district, he saw shadows moving behind drawn curtains in some houses, and he wondered what might be casting them. He definitely wasn't going to indulge his curiosity by ringing a doorbell or two. At a few houses he saw faces at windows, people seeming to study the night. But he kept moving because maybe they weren't people any more than the brunette from the Cocoon had been the beauty queen that she first appeared to be. A car turned the corner a block away, and as its headlights swung in his direction, Frost crouched on the sidewalk beside a Lexus SUV. Maybe the driver of the approaching vehicle was someone coming home from shopping or dining out, human and trustworthy. But if the police were not really police, and if they were patrolling with the determination to limit citizens' ability to move freely about, they might be assisted by others of their kind driving ordinary vehicles instead of marked squad cars, on the lookout for pedestrians and unauthorized motorists. Under the grumble of the car's engine, Frost heard the muted clinking of snow chains as it cruised past without slowing. Driving might make him a more obvious target than if he remained on foot, but he continued to seek transportation. Instead of cruising around at random, he would drive directly to some parking spot where he could keep a watch on all approaches, yet where the crystallized exhaust of the idling engine would not attract attention, so that he could stay warm and gain time to think. Perhaps in the last row of the for-sale vehicles in a closed car dealership, far back from passing traffic in the street, or the big supermarket on Ursa Avenue. It would be closed now, the lot deserted, and a dark corner there might be just the place. When he found the old Chevy, winter tires but no snow chains, in front of a house in the next block, he tried the driver's door. He dared to think that he might have some luck left, after all, when the car proved not to be locked. He had a penlight and a multifunction penknife, but luck was indeed with him. He didn't need to hotwire the Chevy when he found the keys under the floor mat. In spite of the cold, the car started at once. The engine sounded tuned and well-maintained. He boldly switched on headlights, popped the handbrake, and shifted into drive, half expecting to hear a shout and see the angry owner rushing down the front porch steps. But he pulled into the street and drove away without a protest being raised. The vintage car needed time to warm up before the heater would work. As he drove, Frost anticipated the first wash of hot air with no less relish than he had ever looked forward to a filet mignon dinner, or to sex, for that matter. Earlier he'd been daydreaming of a time 15 or 20 years ahead, when he might retire on some tropical shore, or in a desert resort where they didn't sell gloves or winter coats because no one ever needed them. Now he dared only think ahead 15 or 20 minutes, and his goal was simple survival. Of the choices available to him, the supermarket parking lot was the closest, and he remained watchful street after street, leery of an encounter with a patrol car. As the heat at last breathed from the vents, he realized that the Chevy offered more than mobility and heat. He turned on the radio, and discovered that the alien invasion was not as secret as he feared it might be, and that it wasn't an alien invasion. 51. Nummie put his foot down. He said no to Mr. Liss, who didn't like anyone saying no to him. Nummie said no, no, no. The monster couldn't come with them in the car. It happened right there in the living room, with the piano player standing beside the piano and Mr. Liss holding the long gun. Grandmama taught Nummie always to be kind to people, but she also taught him not to let people take advantage of him, to put his foot down in the nicest way he could when someone insisted that he do something he knew wasn't right. The Xerox Bose said he wasn't one of those things that gobbled up people. He said he wasn't born out of a cocoon, but instead out of a machine in a laboratory. Those cocoon things were called builders, and he was called a communitarian, and he couldn't eat someone any more than he could kill himself. Nummie didn't believe a word of it. Monsters were monsters. They always did what monsters did. Always disgusting. Never anything nice. Which was why Nummie wouldn't watch their movies. If monsters killed people and ate people and did even worse things to people, then of course they would lie. Lying would be no big deal. Even a dummy knew that. Mr. Liss was no dummy, but he believed the monster. He said the monster saw what the Bose saw when the Bose died, and now the monster was broken somehow and couldn't do monster things anymore. Mr. Liss said you might call it a spiritual conversion, except the monster didn't have a spirit and so couldn't be converted. He said you also might call it a born-again experience, except the monster was never born in the first place, only manufactured, so he couldn't be born again, only broken. Nummie asked if the monster had seen the Lord, and Mr. Liss said maybe not the Lord, maybe just heaven, or maybe the fiery pit, depending on what the Bose saw. But maybe nothing like any of that, just something amazing on the other side. So then Nummie wanted to know what the old man meant by the other side. The other side of what? Mr. Liss said the other side of life, over where the dead go. Nummie said that was called either heaven or hell. It wasn't called the other side. And Mr. Liss said different people have different ideas about that. The other side might be far different from either heaven or hell. It might be this world again, but you're a new person, or even sometimes you're an animal, what they called reincarnation. Nummie said that was silly. Nobody would believe that. Mr. Liss must be making it up. People couldn't be animals, and they certainly couldn't be a carnation, which was just a flower. Mr. Liss said that if he was being called a liar, he would fry Nummie's nose with some onions and fix him so he had to pee out of his left ear. At that point, the piano player again asked Mr. Liss to kill him, and right away. Xerox Bose begged for death so hard that Nummie found himself pitying him. Monsters probably couldn't cry. Crying wasn't in their nature, and this one didn't shed any tears, but he sounded really miserable. Nummie felt sorry for him. He wondered if maybe he put his foot down too hard. Nummie said to Mr. Liss, "I don't want to be mean to him, not even a monster. Lots of meanness has come my way, so I know how bad it feels."
"There's an attitude Grandmama would admire," Mr. List said.
"But I'm scared,"
Nummy said. "Well, Peaches, haven't you been scared pretty much all this dreadful day, and haven't you come through all right? I've got my faults, one or two, but I've taken good care of you, haven't I?"
"We've stolen a lot of stuff."
"Tarnation, I did just say I have a fault or two. I didn't make any claim to shining perfection. All I said is I kept you safe, haven't I?"
"I guess so."
"Guess so? You got both feet to walk on, don't you? You got both hands to eat with. Your big dumb head is still on your shoulders, isn't it?"
"I guess it is."
"All right, then," said Mr. Liss. "Let's go."
Nummy had put his foot down, but now he found himself picking it up and doing just what he didn't want to do, which was walk out to the stolen car with Mr. Liss and the monster. And when they got to the car, Nummy discovered that Mr. Liss wanted the monster to drive. As Xerox Bose got in behind the wheel, Mr. Liss led Nummy around to the passenger side, where he opened both doors. "It'll be all right, Peaches. If I drove, I couldn't keep him covered. This way, I'll have a pistol aimed at him the whole time, though it won't be necessary."
"I don't know what it is we're doing,"
Nummy worried.
"First it was alien bugs, which is just blind fate, no meaning to it. Then it was Frankenstein, which isn't fate. It's about how we try to tear apart the way things are just to prove we can. It's still Frankenstein, Nummy, but it's something a lot bigger, too. Even a useless old hobo like me can see signs in the sky if they're big and bright enough."
Nummy looked at the sky, but he didn't see any signs, just snow coming down. Mr. Liss smiled, which was a surprising thing to see, and he put a hand on Nummy's shoulder in a way that made him think of Grandmama.
"There's big evil in this town tonight, son. Bigger than most people will ever admit exists. When it's all over, they'll just say it was these people machines, science run amok, which is true enough, but not the whole truth. Anyway, there's not just big evil in Rainbow Falls tonight, there's something else, too."
"What else?"
Nummy asked.
"From the start, things have gone our way when they never should have. We ought to be dead 10 times over."
"That's because of you. You're so smart."
"I'm smart enough for a hobo, but I wouldn't be a hobo if I was as smart as I said I am. Things have gone our way for a reason, and I think I know what it is. I'll explain that part later. But things went our way big time when we found this broken monster, especially when you think about what broke him. He knows things about the monster-making machine only one like him could know, and in this war that's invaluable information. We have to find someone who knows how to use what this broken monster knows."
"Who?"
"I don't know. But I'm going to look after you, and I'm going to do the smartest thing I know how. But I'm also going to say, 'Show me,' now and then, and just do what intuition tells me. Intuition is the little voice inside you that tells you what's right and wrong, wise or foolish, which is different from dumb and smart. Do you feel better about this now?"
"No,"
Nummy said.
"Well, maybe a little better. But the Xerox Bose, he's still a monster."
Mr. Liss told Nummy to get into the back seat and slide over behind the driver. Then he put the long gun on the seat, barrel away from Nummy, and he said, "Don't get it in your head to take that and go hunting rabbits."
"I don't hunt ever,"
Nummy said. "And remember, it's a stolen gun."
"You stole it out of the preacher's house."
"That's right. You don't want to be part of that crime, too, considering all the other banditry you're guilty of lately."
"I'll never touch it."
Mr. Liss closed the back door, got in front, closed that door too, and handed the key to the Xerox Bose. The monster started the car and said,
"Where are we going?"
"Nummy," Mr. Liss said,
"This right now is a show-me moment if ever there was or will be one."
Mr. Liss was quiet for a while. There was just the sound of the idling engine, and outside the snow sliding down the night, down and down, slanting in the wind. Nummy sat staring at the back of the monster's head, and the monster didn't start humming sad music or anything. He just waited like Nummy. After half a minute or more, Mr. Liss leaned forward and clicked on the car radio. A man on the radio was talking about a war somewhere. Then he said Rainbow Falls. Then he said people that weren't people. Mr. Liss said,
Thank you very much.
52. The cocoon split. She was liberated. She came forth into the courthouse basement. A mist of millions rose from her skin. An illusion of clothes formed and clung to her as the mist clarified. She was the revolution. She would devour the past. Nearby, another cocoon disgorged another beauty. A small, swarming portion of herself became her costume. They would devour the past but make no future. There would be perpetual revolution until the revolution devoured even itself, then nothing. Another cocoon ripened to the moment of delivery. He came forth into the courthouse basement, clothes formed, a business suit, white shirt and tie. He was the revolution. Only a perpetual revolution could be a legitimate revolution. What revolved must take its meaning from its motion. When it ceased to revolve, it had no meaning. She, he. In truth, they had no gender. Their gender was strictly their disguise. Each was an it, a colony of many tinier its. It had two purposes, to destroy and to reproduce asexually. Another cocoon split and spat forth. A fifth cocoon and a sixth dropped their fruit into the world. 2 men, a woman, 3 its. They were the revolution. They were hatred and rage distilled to perfect purity. Their hunger was as great as the gravity of a black hole, which could pull worlds to their destruction. Other cocoons in the courthouse basement were not yet ready to deliver. The 6 departed and climbed stairs to the main floor. The courthouse stood silent. It would be silent for decades until it collapsed from lack of maintenance. Outside, they descended the courthouse stairs, perhaps 6 magazine models expecting their glamour photographer to be waiting. They did not slip in the snow. Their shoes were, in fact, part of their substance, expressed as shoes, so they were barefoot. But their feet were the illusion of feet, and the soles and heels that met the snow-blanketed pavement were really millions of nano-animals gripping, releasing, gripping. Their traction and balance were such that in their human masquerade they could never slip or stumble. As they stepped into the street and surveyed the area, they might arouse suspicion because their faces in the lamplight were in every case exquisite, more flawless beauty on display than in an exhibition of Botticelli masterpieces. And in the cold their breath did not smoke from them in pale plumes, because although they passed for people, they had no lungs. The neighborhood around the courthouse offered classic old homes, mostly in Federal and Victorian styles. The 6 separated and went visiting. Rusty Bellingham sang softly as he walked home through the snow. Rusty lived to sing. He wrote his own songs, and people seemed to like them. He played guitar well, but he also played a synthesizer and could make himself sound like a combo. From time to time he did a bar gig, a wedding, a birthday party. He didn't make much money at it, but he didn't expect to make much, so he wasn't disappointed. A booker who was scouting for talent heard Rusty one night at Pickin' and Grinnin', the roadhouse owned by Mayor Potter, and said he could get him regular work across 4 states. But Rusty didn't like traveling. He had gone away to war in the Mideast for a few years, and that cured him of wanting to see new places. At 27 he came back home to Rainbow Falls, and now at 30 he planned to stay here until he needed an undertaker. The booker gave recordings of Rusty's songs to a talent agent, and the agent wanted Rusty to come to Nashville, all expenses paid, to discuss his future. Rusty said thanks, but no thanks. He had no illusions about himself. He could write music and sing, but he didn't have the looks to go big-time professional. He was as not handsome as Montana was not Afghanistan. In fact, he was a little goofy-looking, goofy in a nice way, but goofy nonetheless. The days of non-handsome country stars were all but gone. Anyway, he could play for locals, people who grew up here, who knew him or knew his folks. But when he played for a room of total strangers, his shyness kicked in, and he couldn't look much at the audience or do patter between songs. He made a decent living with carpentry and cabinet-making, crafts he'd learned from his dad. He always had work, and there was nearly as much satisfaction to be had from doing good joinery and hand-rubbed finishes as from making music. and nobody cared what a cabinet maker looked like. Currently, he had a kitchen remodel underway, only 6 blocks from home, so he could leave his tools there and walk back and forth. As long as he could remember, he liked to walk this town, pretty as it was, but especially since he came home from war. Rusty knew men who returned with 1 leg, or none. Every day he gave thanks for his legs, and he proved his gratitude by using them. He didn't feel guilty that he walked away from war while others were carried, but he felt the iniquity of it, the gross injustice, and sorrowed sometimes late at night. He was half a block past the old courthouse, nearing the corner, when he thought he heard a man scream. He stopped to listen, but the cry had been brief and muffled, as if it had come from inside one of the big old houses. It might have been less a scream than a shout. Rusty turned in a circle, studying the street in the lamplight, the houses with their deep porches, the bare-limbed trees, black where the snow had not painted them. The second scream, a woman's, was not as brief but also muffled. The snow played tricks with sound, too, and he couldn't pinpoint the source of the cry before it abruptly cut off. No traffic moved on the main street, as far as the falling snow allowed the eye to see. When he took 3 steps to the corner, he saw that the cross street was likewise deserted. The storm harried people home early and kept them there, but Montanans were a hardy lot and not easily deterred by inclement weather. With 4 inches accumulated, there would usually be a few people out on skis, poling along streets where the plows hadn't yet scraped the pavement, not to mention kids building snow forts or dragging their sleds behind them toward the nearest open hill, laughing and calling excitedly to one another. Rusty saw no one, heard no children. He realized that no snowplows growled in the distance either. The city maintenance department crews should have been hard at work. In and around the courthouse was one of the neighborhoods where they usually started in a storm. When Rusty first came home from war, his nerves were frayed and taut, easily strummed, but slow to quiet. The peace of small-town Montana had seemed illusory. Sometimes he found it easy to believe that stealthy assassins were at work in the night, slitting throats of sleepers. And at odd moments, for no apparent reason, he froze in expectation of explosions that never came. But those days were more than 2 years in the past. He didn't suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. His nerves were knit, and even when he sat up in bed suddenly at 3 a.m, unsure what had awakened him, they no longer throbbed with arpeggios of fear. He took seriously, therefore, his sense of foreboding. Something was wrong. The 2 muffled cries, screams or shouts had been real. The deserted streets, the childless yards, the quiet here and the stillness even into the distance were unusual, if not strange. He turned left, walking slowly north on the cross street, alert for any sound and for any moving thing other than the gently driven snow. A few of the lovely old houses were dark, but most appeared warm and welcoming with lights in their windows. Indeed, the street was no less picturesque, no less charming than a winter painting by Thomas Kincaid, in which every French pane was a jewel, and even trees and some expanses of snow seemed to be filled with inner light. You could call it magical, this part of town at this moment, but it didn't feel as good as it looked. He couldn't understand how a sense of menace could arise from a scene that, in its every aspect, charmed the eye. He wondered about himself, about whether he might be sliding back into the perpetual uneasiness that troubled him during the 6 months immediately after he left the battlefield. When he worked late, as he had this day, he walked home by this route because it brought him past the house of Corina Ringwald. They became best friends their senior year in high school, when she lost her little sister to leukemia and fell into a depression that neither drugs nor counseling could cure. Rusty made her well with music. He wrote songs for her, recorded them, and put them in her mailbox. He wasn't courting her, and she knew he wasn't. It just hurt him to see her in such pain. They remained best friends all these years later. Both of them wanted a closer relationship, but both of them feared that if they failed as lovers, they would feel awkward with each other, and would then be less close as friends. Their friendship was such an important part of their lives that they were loath to risk damaging it. As often as not, when he passed Corina's home at the end of the day, the porch light was on, which was a signal to him. If the light glowed, she didn't have any prep work for the next day's classes. She was a teacher, and wanted him to come in for dinner. Rusty was still more than 2 blocks from Karina's place when he heard another scream, a woman's. This one lasted longer than the previous 2 and couldn't be mistaken for anything other than what it was, a cry of abject terror. He halted, turned, trying to home in on the voice, and just as the scream cut off, he decided it came from one of 2 houses, both with bright windows on the farther side of the street. He hurried across to the other sidewalk and stood there under a street lamp, looking back and forth from a white Victorian with pastel blue trim to a pale gray Victorian with black trim, waiting for another scream or a clue of any kind. The sole sound was the faintest oscillating shush of the gentle wind in the trees, a wind too weak to stir a bough or branch. Nothing moved except the snow unraveling from a sky unseen. This familiar street had become as enigmatic as any far foreign place first glimpsed. So eerie was the mood that even his shadow on the lamplit snow seemed sinister, as if it might rise up against him. In one of the first-floor rooms of the gray and black house, movement caught Rusty's attention. Quick past a window, someone, something, a suggestion of violent action. He followed the front walk to the porch steps, not sure what he should do. Ring the bell? Just try the door and enter unannounced? Look more closely through the window? As he reached the top of the steps, a woman called out, "Can you help me?" But her voice came from behind him, and from a distance. He turned and saw her in the street, in the center of the nearer intersection, perhaps 70 feet north of him. In the cross-light of the 4 corner lamps, but at the farthest limit of each rather than in the direct glow of any of them, she looked lost. She wore what appeared to be a silk robe, short and sapphire blue. The breeze molded it to her and riffled the hem. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Help me," she replied, but only stood there in the middle of the intersection as though oblivious of the biting cold and in a state of shock. He glanced at the house where he had been about to ring the bell or try the door. Nothing moved past the windows. No sound arose from within. Perhaps he had come to the wrong house. Perhaps the woman in the cross-light was the one who had screamed and then had fled into the cold and snow. Rusty descended the porch steps and followed the walkway to the street. The thin wrap the woman wore revealed that she was shapely. The whispering breeze and the lamplight made a lambent flame of her long flaxen hair. He suspected that on closer inspection she would prove to be singularly beautiful. In the shower of snow like thrown rice, in the provocative silk robe, she might have been a vision of a bride on her wedding night. 53. The Xerox Bose parked in the KBOW lot where Mr. Liss told him to stop, not near the other vehicles, and back a little ways from the building, just in case, he said, they were being lured here by some sneaky son-of-a-bitch monsters who weren't the Paul Reveres they were pretending to be. They all climbed out of the car, and Mr. Liss got his long gun from the back seat, which was when the 2 SUVs roared in from the street, one close behind the other. They raced past the car, braked hard nearer the building, and their doors flew open. 6 men jumped out of one, 6 out of the other, and though Nummy couldn't usually tell whether people were good or bad from just looking at them, he knew right away that these 12 were up to no good. 9 of them went toward the front door of KBOW, and 3 of them came this way, and Mr. Liss asked Xerox Bose if they were his people, and Xerox Bose said, "Yes, communitarians," which of course meant monsters. The old man fired the long gun 3 times fast, and it was so loud Nummy put his hands over his ears. Each shot seemed almost to lift Mr. Liss off his feet and jump him backward an inch or 2. But he must have had some practice with a gun like that, or else he was really lucky, so lucky that you could see why he was so sure the lottery ticket in his wallet would be a big winner. Each shot hit a monster and knocked him down, and Mr. Liss hurried forward to put the gun close on one of them at the throat and fired a 4th time, and Nummy gagged. The 2 shot-bad-but-not-dead monsters were getting to their feet, and Mr. Liss backed off, grabbing shells from one of his deep coat pockets and reloading as he moved. No sooner were they up than Mr. Liss shot them down again, and it looked like they would probably stay down this time. But the other 9 who had been walking toward the building stopped and looked back this way. Any monster Numbie had seen while going up and down the TV channels was always either growling and angry or flat-out furious. It didn't matter whether they came out of a flying saucer or out of a cave from the center of the earth or out of the black waters of a swamp. They were either ticked off or totally crazy furious. They didn't seem to know any other way to be, and these 9 coming now were no different. They sure weren't broken like Xerox bows. Mr. Liss reloaded 2 shells even while the last 2 shots were echoing across the parking lot, and now he fired 4 times, faster than ever. 4 shots did more damage than Numbie expected, but then he remembered that each shot wasn't just 1 bullet. It was a lot of little lead balls that could hit more than 1 monster at a time. 5 went down, and 2 more staggered off balance, but there were 9, so 2 more kept coming. Numbie wanted to run, but there was nowhere he could go that they wouldn't chase him right into the ground. Mr. Liss didn't have time even to think about reloading the long gun. That's how close the 2 furious monsters were. So Numbie got ready to die, and he said a speed prayer. Some guy came out of nowhere and stepped up beside Mr. Liss holding a gun in 2 hands, and boy could he shoot. What seemed to happen was 2 shots in the head of the nearest monster, 1 shot in the head and 1 in the throat of the next one. This gave Mr. Liss a chance to put down his long gun and draw the 2 pistols from his coat pockets, and he started shooting the wounded monsters that were getting up for another try at him. They just didn't know when to quit. And the new guy was blasting them too. It was like July 4th, all the noise. When at last the 12 were on the ground, not moving, looking as dead as any roadkill on the highway, Mr. Liss and the new guy walked among them, looking them over, shooting 3 or 4 of them who were maybe not as dead as they ought to be. By now Numbie saw where the new guy came from. Behind Mr. Liss's stolen car stood an old Chevrolet, engine running, driver's door open wide. Although his ears were still ringing, Numbie could hear Mr. Liss say, "You shoot so precise you must be some kind of lawman from one of the more determined agencies, but I won't hold that against you." "Frost," the new guy said. "FBI."
"Kill me,"
Xerox Bose said. "Don't kill him," Mr. Liss said. "He's one of them, but special." "One of them?" Mr. Frost said, alarmed, and backed away a couple of steps. "One of them chewed through my partner Daggett like it was a wood chipper and he was nothing but balsa." "And that's a builder," Mr. Liss said. "This is a different kind of them. He's a communitarian. He's bad, but not as bad as them bastards. He doesn't eat people." A hard shot cracked, and the windshield of one of the dead monster's SUVs exploded. On the roof of KBOW, huddled against the parapet and watching through the open crenel, Sammy Chakrabarti held his fire as the 3 got out of the car, waiting to see what they would do, which might tell him whether they were human or not. One was in a police uniform, which was problematic. If the cops were co-opted, then this wouldn't be a friendly listener inspired to visit by Mason Morell's stirring rhetoric. He seemed oddly placid, standing by the car in the snow, arms slack at his sides. He wasn't wearing a coat or hat. One of the other 2 was a dumpy little guy. Something seemed odd about him, too, although Sammy couldn't see what it was through the sheeting snow. The 3rd was a grizzled old guy in a long coat. He fetched a shotgun from the back seat, which didn't make him either a villain or a hero in the current situation, though his hair was wild, and from a distance he looked a little crazy. When the 2 SUVs burst onto the scene and 12 men bailed out of them, Sammy was pretty sure they had mayhem in mind, but he couldn't be certain of their alien nature. He couldn't fire down on them until they attempted to force the front door. They never got a chance. The number of shots required to kill them proved they weren't human. Sammy didn't know if man-made men might kill one another the same way human beings did, but he was inclined to think they wouldn't. So most likely the three that got out of the first car and the shooter who showed up in the Chevy were his kind of people with real blood in their veins. Nevertheless, he wanted to have a dialogue with them before he let them into the station. He got their attention with a single rifle round through the windshield of one of the dead men's SUVs, and then he shouted down, "Who are you people?" When the guy on the roof asked them who they were, Mr. Frost shouted that he was from the FBI and waved some ID, but Mr. Liss right away took offense.
"Who are you people?"
the old man said, repeating the roof guy's question by making it sound as if it had been said in a snotty way, which it hadn't.
"Who are you people? You gonna let in only fancy people who went to universities where every fool wears a tuxedo and spats? Only people drink tea with their damn pinkies raised? This town's falling apart, worse even than Detroit, and you have your nose in the air? You're not gonna let in some funky old hobo because just maybe he stinks a little, which he damn well doesn't, because he's not wearing a top hat?"
Nummie thought that Mr. Liss would wait for an answer to his question, but instead the old man sort of snorted a deep breath that puffed out his chest and lifted him taller, and he went on in his most angry voice. His face was so hot red in the parking lot lights that he ought to have melted the snow that stuck in his eyebrows. He talked right over the poor man on the roof, who started to say something.
"Who we are is the very people who might save this miserable jerkwater from the plague of monsters your fruity announcer's been jabbering about on the air. I'm a hobo. This one here beside me is a dummy by anyone's reckoning, and one look at us would tell any fool we're as human gets. Go on, boy, do your part. Tell him you're a dummy."
Nummie said,
He's right. I am. I'm a dummy, and always been one. I don't mind him saying it. He don't mean it in a mean way."
Mr. Liss said to the guy on the roof,
"This creature that looks like Officer Bozeman is one of the two kinds of monsters your town let overrun it. He's not one of the people-eating kind. Anyway, he's broken. He's no threat to anyone, though he'll test your sanity if you let him near a piano. All this morbid bastard wants is for me to kill him because his program won't allow him to kill himself. But damn if I'll kill him until he tells us everything we need to know to find what nest these sons of bitches come from so we can go in and burn it out. That's who we are, and if who we are isn't good enough for you, then you can just get in your Mercedes-Benz and drive yourself straight to hell."
Nummie realized that Mr. Liss must have had his feelings hurt about a lot of things over the years, maybe since he was a little boy. That was really something to think about. 54. The seeming void silent and dark above, the snow materializing out of that inverted abyss, the houses bright or dark but each as still as a mausoleum, and the deserted white street from which this swaddling winter might have robbed all dimension if not for evenly spaced street lamps dwindling toward other neighborhoods. As the band and collet and prongs of a ring existed to display the gemstone, so it seemed to Rusty Billingham that everything his senses perceived in this glittering scene existed to display the jewel of a woman at the center of the intersection. From a distance of 70 feet, as he approached her, walking the middle of the street, she promised to be extraordinarily beautiful, and when he was still 60 feet from her he knew that promise would be kept, perhaps more fully than he could imagine. Although it must be but a trick of lamplight and diamonded threads of snow, she appeared radiant, luminous from within. Rusty was certain now that she'd been the one who screamed, because she was clearly in a state of shock. Standing there with snow well above her ankles, perhaps barefoot, wearing a short silk robe that offered no protection against the night, she seemed to be oblivious of the piercing cold. She had fled from something, out of a house into the street, but now she didn't run to him as a frightened woman seeking protection ought to have done. He asked her again what was wrong, and this time she didn't even ask him to help her, just stared at him as if in a trance. As he closed to within 50 feet of her, Rusty realized that his reaction to her was as unusual as was her catatonic stare. Seeing a woman in distress, whether she was beautiful or not, He would have ordinarily hurried to her, but he moved not slowly, but deliberately. Unconsciously, some experience cautioned him, some reference to the past that he could not in the instant recall, and when the engine sound of a fast-moving vehicle rose from the west, Rusty came to a halt, still more than 40 feet from the woman. She turned her head to the right, peering along the cross street toward the approaching vehicle, suddenly bathed in its headlights. She made no attempt to get out of its way, seemed rooted or perhaps frozen to the pavement. Braking, snow chains stuttering, a Chevy Trailblazer appeared and rolled to a stop beside the woman, its headlights now past her. 4 or 5 people were in the SUV. The front passenger window purred down, and a grandmotherly figure leaned out. "Honey, are you all right? You need some help?" Suddenly Rusty knew why he'd been inexplicably cautious. 4 years back, Afghanistan, a woman in a burqa, only her eyes revealed. She approached a checkpoint with U.S. Army security. He happened to be at a window half a block away when she detonated the bomb strapped to her body, out of the danger zone, but witness to the horror. The blonde's silk robe revealed the contours of her voluptuous body so completely that no bomb could have been concealed under it, but in some way that Rusty could not comprehend, she proved to be a bomb. The grandmother in the Trailblazer leaned out of the passenger window, asked the courteous question, and a thick, silvery jet of something like molten metal shot out of the flaxen-haired beauty into the older woman's face, and the face seemed to dissolve as she toppled over in her seat. The blonde and the silvery something were one and the same, and as the jet continued spewing into the SUV, she evaporated up from the street, leaving footprints in the snow, transforming entirely into that corrosive stream and fully invading the Trailblazer. People were screaming inside the SUV, maybe 4 people very loud, but then 3 not so loud, and the vehicle rocked from the power of what was happening in there, creaked and twanged, bounced on its tires, springs singing a tortured song. Only one person screaming now. A couple windows cracked but didn't break. Something splashed against the glass. Not blood, but maybe some blood in it. The driver wasn't in control anymore, most likely wasn't even alive, but the Trailblazer continued across the intersection, jumped a curb, plowed into a hedge, came to a stop, canting to port. The last scream faded in a thin falsetto, but something continued to churn inside the vehicle, as if it were frenziedly feeding on remains. All was chaos in there, and Rusty could make no sense of the seething shapes he glimpsed. He took several halting steps toward the Trailblazer as it coasted across the intersection, but by the time it shuddered to a stop in the hedge, he knew there was nothing he could do to help those people. There might be nothing he could do to save himself either, but he broke into a run. 55. Deucalion conveyed a 3rd group of children to Erica's place, bringing the number of refugees sheltering there to 42, which seemed beyond the maximum the house could handle. She insisted she could accept even more, and Addison Hawk agreed that together they could manage half again as many if they set down dormitory rules. They had enough food for the next 36 to 48 hours, and in the meantime Deucalion could bring supplies. When the 4th group proved to number 34, however, the decision had to be made to take the kids elsewhere. With Carson's and Michael's help, Deucalion got them lined up on the benches along the walls of the cargo box and in 2 facing rows on the floor, crowding them together to a degree that would have been intolerable if the trip hadn't been just 2 minutes long. They were trying to be brave, a few crying, but quietly, others actually excited by the adventurous nature of this sudden nighttime excursion. Because every point in the world lay as close to the Samples house as Erica's place, Deucalion drove out of the driveway, turned left, and pulled into the parking lot at St. Bartholomew's Abbey, high in the great mountains of Northern California. In addition to the Abbey with its guest wing and church, the 7-acre property included St. Bartholomew's School, which was an educational facility and orphanage for children with physical and developmental disabilities. The monks oversaw the abbey and church, and Benedictine nuns, under the guidance of their Mother Superior, Sister Angela, operated the school. Deucalion had lived here, in the guest wing, for over 2 years, while considering whether to become a postulant. Over the centuries he dwelt for extended periods in the monasteries of different faiths, where he was never considered a freak, always a brother, and to his surprise sometimes served as a mentor to those he thought were wiser than he was. He had left St. Bart's less than 24 hours earlier, drawn first to New Orleans, then to the sprawling landfill in which the original Victor perished, and then to Carson and Michael in San Francisco, compelled by the sudden certainty that Victor was alive again and engaged in the pursuit of his utopia, which, like all utopias, was a kind of hell. As he got out of the truck, he blew the horn twice, hoping to summon help. He went to the back of the truck, opened the door, and said,
"We're here. You're going to like this place. You'll be here only a little while, and it's going to be a lot of fun."
The children clambered out of the truck, amazed to discover they were somewhere they had never seen before, not more than 2 minutes after they set out on this trip. In early October in these mountains no snow had yet fallen and stuck. The night was cold but clear, a sea of stars overhead, the blizzard magically undone. As the last of the kids disembarked, and as Deucalion closed and bolted the cargo box door, a monk arrived. The giant was not surprised that of all the confreres the first to respond to the horn happened to be Brother Salvatore, also known as Brother Knuckles. He was Deucalion's best friend at St. Bart's, the only one who knew exactly who he was, and would, therefore, be quickest to understand where these children came from and why they were in flight. This was a day of omens, of which Brother Knuckles was one of the smallest, a day of events suggesting hour by hour that those who would stand against Victor were not standing alone, that regardless of how many died in Rainbow Falls, the world would not be allowed to become a graveyard from pole to pole. Deucalion believed that, as the night progressed, events would turn ever more rapidly against Victor, as long as those who resisted him remained willing to join the fight, refused to flee, and were prepared to die for what they knew was right. Miracles were not given. They were earned. Father Abbot came soon after Knuckles, and without question led the children toward the guest-house, where the bedrooms and public chambers would accommodate them. They were too young to remain in the grip of fear when the threat was no longer imminent. Resilient in their innocence, they gave themselves to wonder, and their excited voices, clear and sweet, brought a kind of music to the high Sierra night. Alone with Brother Knuckles, Deucalion said,
"There's a terrible situation in Montana, a town called Rainbow Falls. It probably hasn't reached the national news yet, but the story's getting out. It'll seem too bizarre for most in the media to believe at first, but proof will overwhelm their disbelief. I haven't time to tell you, so turn on your recreation room TV and steel yourself for the coming horror of it."
Brother Knuckles considered the truck and said,
"How long it take you getting here from there?"
"No time at all."
"I'd love to take a ride like that."
"Maybe we'll do it someday."
Brother Knuckles studied him for a moment.
"If I was still the man I used to be, busting heads and betting ponies, I think maybe I wouldn't put a bunch of money on the chance any such ride will ever come to pass. Are we going to see you here one day again, ever?"
Deucalion looked at the sky, the eternity of stars, and said,
"Snow will be coming soon. 9 nights from now, about 7 in the evening. When it's done, you'll have a foot of fresh powder."
56. After setting the Meriwether Lewis kitchen on fire, they waited outside in the falling snow, shotguns ready, to see if anything tried to escape. Flames flew up quick and bright, as jolly a blaze as Sully York had ever seen. The first flash blue from the sterno, then white and orange as the cooking oil ignited. Faster than he expected, the windows began to blow out from the intense heat, which was a most satisfying testament to their planning of this sortie. When the kitchen was a raging inferno, and no filthy space-borne malefactors attempted to flee, afire or otherwise, through the door that had been left open to oxygenate the flames, their work here seemed to be done. Even with a fire control system, the explosive beginning of the blaze was likely to overwhelm the building and leave it a burnt-out shell, eradicating any other off-world fiends that might be hanging about therein. Sully disapproved of destruction for destruction's sake, which seemed ever more popular in the modern world. But he always took delight in burning out or otherwise eliminating evil when evil just couldn't keep its ugly head down and stay to the shadows, when it came right at you with all teeth bared. The world needed a little evil, so good had something to compare itself to, but you couldn't let it think it had the right of way on the road and an invitation to dinner. As they headed toward the Hummer parked between school buses, Grace Ahern said, "If they planned to feed the elementary students to those builders, they're planning to do the same to the kids at the high school. We've got to get in there now and burn those suckers too." Grace said what she meant and meant what she said. By God, and Sully York liked nothing in his life better than the sound of her voice, the common sense and never-turn-tail spirit that it conveyed. She raised young Travis alone, working hard at more than one job, and though they didn't have much, they had their pride and each other. He doubted that he would ever hear this woman complain or whine. She was as incapable of self-pity as any of the crazy bastards in their day had been incapable of running from a fight or losing one. Bryce rode up front with Sully, and Travis sat in back with his mom, and that was just how it should be, for several reasons. Sully would have liked to spend half his time watching the street ahead and half watching Grace in the rearview mirror, but lacking one eye, he couldn't be quite that distracted. Dash it all, if he hadn't become a moonstruck lad in the autumn of his years, which would have been an embarrassment if it wasn't so exhilarating, and if she hadn't been such a shining example of pluck and guts. Of course, he was too old for her. No argument could be made to the contrary. They were both too old for her, he and Bryce, although Sully was more than 10 years younger than the writer and not yet on Social Security, certainly not decrepit. Yes, he was missing one eye, and one ear, and one hand, but he was also missing an appendix and a spleen, and no woman had ever held the lack of those against him. He was too old for her nonetheless, though there was something to be said for the fact that he wasn't too old to be the male influence that Travis would need in order to grow up strong and true to his potential. They arrived at William Clark High School and parked in the rear lot. In addition to Grace's primary job at Meriwether Lewis, she occasionally did some part-time work at the high school, evening prep for the next day's lunch, and she had a code to turn off the security system. Switching on the lights, she proved to be as dead-on right as the prophet Cassandra and as quick to fearless action as the goddess Diana on a hunt. Worse than cockroaches infested this kitchen, more of those repulsive sacks suspended from the ceiling. Already a team with mutually understood tasks, the four of them worked together to set another fire of extermination. Entirely splendid. 57. The plasma screens are positioned at far too many places in the hive. Excessive care has been taken to be sure that Victor Immaculate can be informed of developments in a timely fashion. When funds are unlimited, there is a tendency to over-design critical systems, and this is certainly an example of absurd redundancy. The screens are everywhere. They are ubiquitous. He wishes only to walk and think, to allow the invigorating torrents of brilliant ideas, theories, and analyses to pour through his singular mind. But everywhere he turns there is a plasma screen taunting him with its 3-note alert. They are annoying in the extreme. None of the news is of any import, the usual gnats in the path of the communitarian war machine. The builders gestating in cocoons at Meriwether Lewis School are no longer transmitting their progress. This is not a problem with those builders, however, but it is yet another malfunction of the monitoring equipment, which is worse than government surplus, which is government surplus made in China. And now the communitarians sent to the radio station to retake it have also ceased transmitting. Of course, the problem is not in the communitarians, for they are an unstoppable force, perfectly designed and manufactured. Any problem is here on the receiving end, the less-than-adequate Chinese-made monitoring equipment failing yet again, no doubt sabotaged by disgruntled laborers in Shanghai or Shenyang or Guangzhou, who didn't think they should be working for $2 a day and therefore take out their anger on total strangers who are using their products half a world away. Idiot human economic systems. The answer to every little glitch is the same, and Victor moves on without repeating it, because the communitarians are at all times operating according to that directive. Consult the master strategy and tactics program, apply the appropriate remedy, and press forward without delay. Of the virtually infinite number of problems with human beings, one of the worst is the economic systems that they create. Whether capitalism or communism or something between, they are all grossly inadequate, and essentially for the same reason. Every system relies on workers who expect to be compensated in some way for their labor. That isn't the case with communitarians. They do not need money to go to a movie or to attend a concert, or to purchase the latest novel by the current literary darling. They have no interest in such things. They don't need money for cars or for new clothes, because they just take what they need. And they won't continue needing and voraciously consuming forever, because eventually they will all drop dead at once. That is a perfect economic system. Zhenghua Renmin Kongkagua, the People's Republic of China. The problem can be seen in the name of the place. People. Another plasma screen sounds its 3-note alert, and this time the scrolling report informs Victor that the gestating builders at the house of Reverend Kelsey Fortis ceased to transmit hours earlier. Their silence has not been noticed by the monitoring system until now. He prefers to descend again to the levels of this installation that are below those given to his work, to the peace of corridors and rooms free of plasma screens. But with no communitarians down there to attend to him, he must remain here, especially now. After being afflicted by these unending reports of problems that aren't problems, that are only errors of monitoring, he needs perhaps more attention than usual. When Victor turns another corner, the 3-legged table waits for him. On it stands a cold bottle of water. Beside the bottle is a lavender dish. In the dish wait 2 burnt orange capsules and a sour yellow tablet as big as a dime. He is surprised that these things should be put before him so soon after he took the shiny red capsule and the white tablet that were offered in a yellow saucer. But of course he must need them. Not just his vital signs, but also his brain waves, alpha, beta, delta, and theta, and an array of hormone levels are meticulously monitored telemetrically at all hours, day and night. In the interest of having the fullest power of his unprecedented intelligence at his command 24/7, he developed a brilliant regimen of natural substances, herbs, exotic spices, ground roots, ultra-purified minerals, and a wide array of pharmaceuticals in exquisitely measured doses, which are provided to him as the telemetric data indicate he requires them. The bottle of water is cold, yes, but it seems less cold to Victor than it ought to be. For burnt orange capsules and a sour yellow tablet, a lavender dish is inadequately coordinated. On the other hand, he has never needed burnt orange and sour yellow mental enhancements simultaneously, so the communitarians programmed to attend to him were required to wing it. And, after all, they have no interest in design or art. He swallows what has been provided. As the clone of the great Victor Frankenstein, distilled into greater brilliance than his namesake, further self-refined, he is incapable of error. Therefore the communitarians, his creations, are likewise without the capacity for error. After he walks a few minutes, Victor begins to feel better than he has felt for several hours. The waters of his mind are clearer and deeper and thrillingly colder than they have ever been previously, sparkling with thoughts no man or clone has ever entertained before, great schools of ideas like silvery fish darting after one another in dazzling patterns and profusion. The plasma screens are silent for a while, but then one sounds its tones and scrolls up the news that the money man has cancelled his visit. In Denver on business, he has, with great stealth, decamped with his entourage to a safe house in Billings. From there he is supposed to come secretly to the hive at dawn, by helicopter or in a fleet of Land Rovers if weather grounds the chopper. He is to receive a tour of this facility and enjoy a clandestine drive through the conquered town. He will instead return to Denver, canceling his plans because of the KBOW broadcast, which he claims is being recorded by people outside Rainbow Falls and uploaded to numerous sites on the Internet. Victor has planned an unforgettable reception for the Money Man, and he is not pleased by this absurd and cowardly response to what is an easily addressed problem. Communitarians are even now applying the appropriate remedy and pressing forward without delay. The Money Man is a mere human being, however, and even though wealthy and powerful, he is prone to errors of judgment. When KBOW is taken and its crew replaced with communitarians, they will begin broadcasting an apology for the hoax perpetrated by some of their staff. The public is easily aroused, but just as easily sold a false sense of security. In time, the Money Man will realize, though never admit, his error, and will be more supportive than before. Because Victor Immaculate has all the memories of the original Victor, he has known many like the Money Man. They share the same desires and corruptions. Their behavior is predictable. All shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well in this Victor Immaculate world. 58. Rusty Billingham ran for his life along the center of the street, directly into the wind-driven snow, which had grown icy enough so that the flakes mostly didn't stick to his face and melt, but instead bounced off like grains of sand. He glanced back a few times at the trailblazer, expecting it to be reversing out of the hedge or already coming for him, driven by something no one would write a song about, at least not the kind of songs that Rusty wrote. But the SUV didn't move, and he figured the blonde she-devil might need a while to digest all of those people. That had to be the craziest thought ever to cross his mind, but he knew his eyes had not deceived him. Facts were facts, and they fit together how they did, not how you wished they would. There was one right way to make perfect dovetail joints for a drawer box, and there was no way to deny that the blonde was not really a woman, that she was some new kind of predator, ravenous. Movies trained you to think aliens. Maybe that's what she was, but right now, what she was didn't matter. What mattered was whether more like her were in the vicinity, and how many. A chatter of gunfire from a house on the left gave him a partial answer. The rapid semi-auto fire shattered a second-floor window, glass bursting onto the padding of snow on the porch roof. No one up there screamed, but fantastic shadows throbbed across the portion of the room that Rusty could see. A mere two-shot follow-up to the first fusillade suggested that either the shooter or the target had succumbed. Probably not the latter. He was in good shape. He stayed fit after the war, and he could run a mile while breathing as relaxed and as steady as if he were only crossing a room. But now he gasped for breath, heart knocking as though he'd done half a marathon. He wanted to live, but he also wanted Karina to live, and it was the possible loss of her that wound tight the clockworks of his fear. From a distance, out of the west, too faint for him to get a fix on it, came another scream. Then more than one screamer, 3 or 4, somewhere to the east, maybe from the street parallel to this one. As Rusty reached the next intersection, 2 big German shepherds raced along the cross street, as silent as ghost dogs, too terrified to bark, in flight from something that not even dogs of their size and fabled courage dared to confront. Running through the intersection in the wake of the dogs, Rusty saw something pulse in the sky far off to the east, a pale yellow light at first, but suddenly brighter and orange. Not a mothership descending with more stormtroopers like the one who attacked the trailblazer, not an object at all, but a fire reflecting off the low clouds and the streaming snow. Something was burning out there. Judging by the spreading glow, it had to be a large structure. One moment he was walking home in the snow on an evening like any other, and the next moment the gates of hell were open and the world was full of demons. He knew that other places were hells and potential hells, but not Montana. Elsewhere in the world you could buy 1,000 flavors of crazy, but only a few were for sale here. Karina Ringwald lived in the next-to-the-last house in this block on the right. Look at it. not grand, yet beautiful, built with loving care and maintained with pride, a place that said home, that said love and family. Not a place Norman Bates would live, or Charles Manson, not a place where bad things should ever happen, but they could. You always had to remember that they could. The porch light was on, amber panes in a copper lantern, her invitation to him. She had prepared dinner for them. He heard music inside, Rod Stewart singing, "Someone to Watch Over Me." Rusty rang the bell, pressed it again without waiting for the first passage of chimes to finish. Suddenly he wondered what he would do if it wasn't Corina who answered the bell, if it was another one like the blonde in the blue robe. He retreated one step, two, terrified that he was too late. Corina opened the door. Rusty had never been so glad to see anyone in his life. She was smiling, relaxed. The music prevented her from hearing the sounds of rising chaos outside. As she opened the door, she said, "Our special tonight is pot roast." She read his face at first glance, and her smile froze. What's happened?" Rusty glanced back at the street, deserted for now. He didn't strip off his boots, but instead reached for her hand, crossed the threshold, closed the door, and locked it. He switched off the porch lamp, the overhead foyer fixture. "Turn out the lights, every room. They might think there's no one here. They might not come in." Bewildered, she said, "Who?" He went into the living room, extinguished lamps. "First the lights, then I'll explain." "Rusty, you're scaring me." "Damn it, I mean to. Hurry!" He never raised his voice to her. She knew him too well to take offense, and she hurried off to do as he wanted. Rusty clicked off the CD player and made his way through the gloom to stand beside an open panel of drapery to one side of a living room window. He had an angled view of the street, looking south, the direction from which he had come. Nothing out there, no vehicles, no women who weren't women, no fleeing dogs. Corina returned through the dark house into the living room. "Where are you?" "Here," he said, and guided her to stand on the opposite side of the window from him, so they faced each other with the width of it between them, neither of them directly in front of glass. He could see her as a shadow, and a pale face barely illuminated by the weak influx of the street lighting. "I tried to call 911, she said. "The phone doesn't work." "Keep a watch north on the street. I can see south all right." "You've given me goose pimples. What am I watching for?" "Anything. Tell me the moment you see anything. There was this woman standing in the street, just standing there like in a trance. She asked for help. That's what she said, help me, and I started toward her. These people drove up in a trailblazer, rolled down a window to ask her if something was wrong, and she killed them all." "Oh, my God." "If I'd been closer, she would have killed me." "Shot them?" Corina asked. "What, she just shot them?" Rusty's mind was spinning, thinking what else he ought to do. "My footprints in the snow. Up the walkway and onto the porch. Maybe they won't come right away. Maybe there'll be enough time for wind and snow to erase the prints on the walkway." "They? You said a woman." "Keep a watch on the street. Don't look away from the street. There's more than one. They're killing people all over town. Outside you can hear it. Screams, gunshots. Something's on fire way over to the east. But no sirens. No one seems to care. Maybe because there aren't any firemen to respond." "Rusty, you don't joke like this." "No, I don't." The aroma of pot roast and parsley potatoes alerted him to another danger. "If they come in here, dinner nearly on the table, they'll know we're in the house. No matter where we hide, they'll keep looking until they find us. Listen, we can't hole up here. Our best chance might be to stay on the move like the dogs till we can find help." "Dogs?" "I've never seen dogs so terrified." She said, "Here come some people walking right up the middle of the street." Rusty couldn't see them from his angle, but he had no illusions that the cavalry had arrived. This was moving as fast as a firefight, except this enemy didn't need guns, and Rusty didn't have one. "How many?" 8. They're strange." "Strange how?" "Walking 2 by 2, just staring ahead. Walking, but it's almost as if they're marching. 5 women, 3 men, none of them dressed for the weather." Leaning forward, Rusty dared to expose his face at the window and peer north. Karina said, "What are they, performers or something, the way they look?" He leaned away from the window again, his heart hammering as hard as when he'd been running on the street. "They aren't human, they change. I don't know what the hell they are." Something she saw in the behavior of the 8 so disconcerted Karina that she didn't question his bizarre assertion. "Come on," he said. "Quick, we gotta get out of here, back door." Entering the foyer behind him, jerking open the closet door, Karina said, "I need a coat, boots. Grab a coat, no time for boots." She shrugged into the coat as they followed the hall toward the back of the house. Rusty led the way. As he crossed the threshold into the dark kitchen, he saw a figure looming on the back porch, a half-seen face at a window. He retreated into the hallway, pulling her with him. "One already out there." As they followed the hallway toward the foyer, the door chimes sounded. One of the things must be on the front porch. "Upstairs," he whispered, holding her hand to prevent her from falling if she lost her footing on the unlighted staircase. 59. At the Snyder house, Chief Raphael Jaramillo and his communitarian equal, Deputy Kurt Nevis, found Warren Snyder, general manager of KBOW Radio, in an armchair in his living room. The wife, Judy Snyder, and their 19-year-old son Andrew sat on the sofa. They were still because they had been told to remain so, though their eyes jittered with terror. Much earlier they should have been picked up and taken away to be rendered by a builder at one of the warehouses, but here they were. The son appeared to have urinated on the sofa. Judy Snyder's replicant had been left here to oversee these 3, but she was not with them. Jaramillo and Nevis found her nude in the kitchen. The unclothed replicant was on her hands and knees beside a bucket of pine-scented cleaning solution, scrubbing the floor with a brush and various sponges. She did not look up at them, but remained focused on the floor tiles. "What are you doing?" Jaramillo asked. She said, "There was no neatness in this house. Where there is no neatness there can be no order. They have a cat. It sheds enough for a dozen cats. Hair, 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 everywhere. I'm glad we're killing all the cats, too. I swept, and finally there wasn't any more hair, though I haven't looked on the upper floor yet. I'm sure it's a mess. I threw the litter box in the trash. It was disgusting. But cat hair and kitty litter isn't the half of it. These kitchen counters needed to be scrubbed, especially the grout. The grout was filthy, and the refrigerator, and now these floors. I'm going to be hours on these floors, especially the grout." "Why are you nude?" Jaramillo asked. "I noticed my clothes were wrinkled. It really bothered me. I couldn't get my mind off my wrinkled clothes. I couldn't think. So I stripped out of them and ironed them, made them perfect, and put them back on. But you know what happened then? I hardly did anything, just a little more sweeping, and I could see a few wrinkles in them again. I had to take them off and iron them, and then they were wrinkled again. So I took them off and ironed them and didn't put them on, just hung them so they'll stay wrinkle-free." "Does Warren have spare keys to the radio station? Where does he keep them?" Vigorously scrubbing the soiled grout between the floor tiles, communitarian Judy said, "I don't know. I didn't download the stupid bitch's memories. I didn't need to because I didn't have to pass for the stupid bitch except to set her idiotic son up to be nailed by his replicant." Jaramillo returned to the living room while Deputy Nevis remained to watch Judy scrub the floor. "Warren," the chief said to the KBOW general manager, "do you have spare keys to the radio station?" Warren Snyder's mouth trembled, but he didn't reply. "You can't avoid answering me," Jaramillo said. "You have no will to resist." Haltingly, Warren told him where to find the keys. They were in a utility drawer in the kitchen. When Chief Jaramillo returned to the kitchen, Deputy Nevis was on his hands and knees using a sponge to help Judy clean the floors. "What are you doing?" Jaramillo asked. "The only virtue is efficiency," Nevis said. "The only sin is inefficiency. You can't have efficiency in a disordered environment." "Yes, but this isn't your environment. Get up and come with me." The utility drawer contained numerous keys. Fortunately, they were labeled, although not in a consistent fashion. In 49 seconds, the chief found the KBOW keys. In an organized drawer, he would have snatched them up in 1 second, 2 at most. He was tempted to put things right here, but then he closed the drawer. Deputy Kurt Nevis, being Chief Armio's equal in all ways as a communitarian, decided not to accompany him to the radio station, but instead to remain at the Snyder residence to scrub the baseboards. He had noticed they were in urgent need of attention. 60. When Deucalion drove out of the parking lot at St. Bartholomew's Abbey and immediately into the driveway at the Samples house, Carson O'Connor was waiting. She stopped him from getting out of the truck and spoke to him through the open door. "Only 3 new kids here. Michael's keeping them entertained. Big news is the radio station. There was a failed attack against the place. They've got an FBI agent on air with Mason Morrell, some guy named Frost. And they say they've got one of Victor's new people. He's come over to our side." Deucalion's eyes pulsed with the light of another place, another time. She remembered when first she'd seen those eyes in New Orleans, in Bobby Allwine's apartment, where everything was black, floor, walls, ceiling, furniture. She was wary of Deucalion back then, but not afraid, because she would never give anyone the satisfaction of controlling her with fear. Into her suspicion he had said, "I'm not the monster anymore. I'm your best hope." He was right about that, and it was still true. Looking down at her from the driver's seat of the truck, he said, "This is the moment, Carson. We'll finish it now, finish him. I've been given reasons to believe this is his last day, and in case he finishes me or you and Michael, or all of us, as we take him out, it's been an honor knowing the 2 of you, being your friend and ally." She reached up and took one of his enormous hands in both of hers. At first she could not speak, only hold fast to him, but then she said, "You will not die." "I'm long overdue for death. Every human being is born with the dead, but I was born from the dead and don't fear my end. I love this world, its beauty, but there could be nothing better than to die in its defense." "Even if you die," she said, "you will not die forever." He smiled, and the light pulsed in his eyes, and he said, "Give Scout a kiss for me." As she stepped back, he pulled shut the door. She watched the truck turn through a half-circle and vanish. Arriving from the Samples driveway, the truck ran over dead men lying in the KBOW parking lot. They were not men, of course, but Victor's newest race, who encountered a far better armed resistance than they could ever have anticipated. Getting out of the truck, Deucalion realized that these foiled attackers hadn't been dead for a long time, only minutes. Those over whom he had not driven were covered by just a thin dusting of fresh snow. He stepped around a corpse and into the engineer's nest in the building. "You've captured one of them?" Ralph Nettles looked up from the control board, not in surprise, but with a "what's taking you so long" expression. "Not me. Some cranky old guy. He's in Sammy's office with a replicant of a cop named Barry Bozeman." 61. As Rusty Billingham reached the top of the dark staircase with Karina, the door chime sounded again. This carillon was pleasant in ordinary circumstances, 2 bars of something classic, perhaps a piece of Beethoven, but now each note was icy and sinister, vibrating through him as if his spinal column were a tubular bell. Pressing the bell push twice in rapid succession at a dark house seemed to be a taunt, if not mockery. They were saying, "We know you're in there. If you won't come out to play, we'll bring the game to you." Windows opened onto the back and front porch roofs, but one of these killers, whatever they might be, was on each porch. No way out, only farther up. "You've got an attic?" Rusty asked. "Yes, but where's the entrance to it?" "The master bedroom closet?" Glass shattered. The sound seemed to come from the back of the house. "Show me the way," Rusty said. "Quick!" He had been on the second floor of her house only once, on a tour before dinner, each of them with a glass of good red wine, the evening thoroughly pleasant, the world so normal then. She knew the house better than he did, and even in the dark, with only the ambient light of the night pressing at the windows, Karina led him along a hallway, through a door, across the bedroom, and into the walk-in closet. As more glass shattered downstairs, Rusty closed the door behind them and fumbled for the light switch. A cord hung from a ceiling trap door. He pulled, and the trap swung down on heavy-duty springs, revealing a folded ladder attached to it. Karina said,
"But there's no way out of the attic. We'll be cornered up there."
Unfolding the ladder, he whispered, "I'm not going up, just you." He loosened the simple knot that fixed the pull cord to a ring on the lower face of the trap.
"Then I'll distract them. As far as they know, I might be the only one in the house. They get me, they stop searching as hard." "No, I can't let you," he whispered. "Stupid for both of us to die."
He grabbed her by both shoulders, kissed her as he had never kissed her before in their determinedly platonic romance, and said,
"Go, go!"
She climbed into the darkness. As she reached the top, he called after her,
"Stay quiet."
She turned to look down, face as wan as a wafer of unleavened bread.
"Until when?"
"Till I come back for you." She didn't ask what she should do if he never returned. If she had asked, he would have had no answer. When Rusty folded up the ladder, the counterweighted trap swung shut with a soft thump that made him wince, closing Karina in the attic. He tucked the detached pull cord onto a shelf above her hanging clothes. After turning off the closet light, he stood for a moment with one ear to the door, listening for activity in the bedroom. All was silent, but he knew it might be the silence of something waiting for him to emerge. He eased open the door. The master bedroom was black, except for two rectangular windows barely revealed by the snow-veiled glow of street lamps. He crossed the threshold, and after a moment identified the open doorway to the upstairs hall, which was slightly less dark than the black wall through which it cut. If anything like the blonde in the blue robe had been waiting for him here, it would already have attacked. He vividly remembered the striking snake speed with which she had gone after the people in the Trailblazer. Bent forward, hands reaching out low to search for obstructing furniture, Rusty eased toward the doorway. He needed to get as far as possible from the master bedroom before calling attention to himself and drawing them away from Karina. He felt around an armchair, past a tall chest of drawers, and reached the open door without making a sound. His mouth was as dry as a salt lick. Stomach acid burned in the back of his throat, as it had not done since the war. For a long moment he stood in the doorway. The airless moon hush suggested that the killers either had not entered the house or had already left it. He took just 2 steps into the upstairs hallway and halted again, listening. No windows here. Dim light rising from the foyer windows and from a stairway landing window below, revealing nothing. Silence. Silence. A distant clink, clink, clink. He thought the sound had come from the lower floor. Clink, clink, clink. Wrong. Not downstairs. It issued from the farther end of the pitch-black hallway in which he stood. Clink, 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 clink. This time he got a better fix on the source. To his left, an arm's length away. 62. Nummie O'Bannon listened to radio sometimes, but he never before was inside where they made it. There were none of the musicians or singers he expected. The rooms were just mostly offices, except for the spaceship controls where Mr. Ralph Nettles worked, and the desks were all stacked with stuff, not neat at all. Mr. Liss was watching over the broken monster, Xerox Bose, in one of these offices, and Nummie was watching over them both. He was afraid the Xerox Bose would start doing the usual nasty monster stuff now that there wasn't an upright piano to play, so he kept an eye on the thing. He kept an eye on Mr. Liss, too, because the old man was always doing something interesting, even if it wasn't something Grandmama would have approved. For a few minutes things were quieter than they had been since Nummie met Mr. Liss, and then the biggest thing of the whole strange day happened. In fact, it was the second most important thing of Nummie's life, the first being when Grandmama died and he was left alone. A man came into the room, the biggest man Nummie had ever seen, not fat big, but tall, and with a lot of muscles, which you could tell were there even though he was wearing a hooded coat. He was bigger than Buster Steelhammer, the wrestler, and his hands were so large he might have been able to do disappearing tricks with apples the way magicians did with coins. Half his face was tattooed, but it was his eyes that made him the second most important thing ever to happen to Nummie. When the giant looked at Nummie, light moved through his eyes sort of the way that the moving light on the machine in the hospital kept dancing across the screen that showed Grandmama's heartbeat, although this was somehow both softer and brighter than that light, not scary either, but beautiful and calming. Nummie didn't know why the light in the man's eyes didn't frighten him, like he would have expected, especially with the half-broken face and tattoo. And then he did know. Grandmama said there were angels on Earth, guardian angels, but they worked in secret and weren't easy to tell from other people because they didn't have wings or halos. She said the only way you sometimes could know them was when you saw the light of love in their eyes. They were so full of love, Grandmama said, that sometimes they couldn't hold it all inside, and they gave themselves away by the light in their eyes. Nummie never before saw an angel, and now here was one, and he said to Nummie, "Don't be afraid, son. You'll live through this night. 50 days from now, all will change for the better." The angel turned his eyes toward Xerox Bose, stared at him a long moment, and then said to Mr. Liss, "You claim this replicant is broken." Mr. Liss must not have seen the angel light in the big man's eyes, or if he did see it, maybe he didn't know what it was. To the old man, the most important thing was one little word the angel used. His eyes bugged out, and his hair seemed to stand on end more than usual, like a cartoon animal sticking its paw in an electric socket, and all its fur going gzzz. "Claim," Mr. Liss said. "Claim? Is that a weasel word so you don't have to say to my face you think I'm a lying son of a bitch? You walk in here like you own the joint, your fancy face tattooed more than some rock star's butt, and you make smarmy suggestions Conway Liss is a liar? I've done worse things to people who call me a liar than Stalin did to kittens, and believe me, Stalin hated kittens. He ripped out their throats with his teeth if he caught one. This thing that was supposed to call itself Barry Bozeman is broken so plain any fool but you can see it. Look at his hangdog face, his whip-dog posture in that chair. He's programmed not to kill himself, wants me to kill him, but I won't do it until I'm damn good and ready to kill him. Nobody tells me when to kill him. Not even some pathetic broken Frankenstein monster." Nummie saw the angel react to the name Frankenstein, but he didn't ask if Mr. Liss was crazy or call him a liar. He didn't say anything more at all to the old man, but he went to stand over Xerox Bose, staring down at him. Xerox Bose asked the angel to kill him, and Nummie thought the angel would say that he couldn't, that it wasn't something an angel could do. Instead, he said in the most tender way, "I am your brother. 200 years separate our births. Do you recognize me?" Xerox Bose stared up into the angel's eyes for a long time and then said softly, "I don't know." Mr. Liss became upset about the brother thing and wanted to know if this was some kind of hellish monster convention. Nobody, not even Nummie, paid attention to the old man's rant. The angel asked Xerox Bose, "What is your life?" "Misery." "Shall we stop him forever?" "I can't lift a hand against my Maker." "I think I can, and will. Where is he?" "The hive." "Perhaps you're not broken." "But I am."
Perhaps you're here to lure me into a trap.
No.
Help me to believe I can trust you, the angel said.
How? Xerox Bose asked.
He doesn't call it the hive.
No, it's our word.
What does he call the place, the front organization behind which he works?
Xerox Bose said, Progress for Perfect Peace. After a silence, the angel asked,
Do you know where that is?
Yes.
Show me.
Xerox Bose got up from his chair, and the angel led him into the hallway. Nummy followed, interested in anything an angel might do, and Mr. List tagged along behind, grumping about something. They went to a map on a wall in another office, and the angel said it showed KBOW's broadcast reach, whatever that was. He pointed out what was Rainbow Falls and what was the county, and some land beyond the county, and he asked the Xerox Bose to point to the place called the Hive. The monster pointed. The angel said they would go there together, and if it was the place the monster said it was, then the angel would give him
the grace of a quick and painless death.
Which sounded nice, except for the death part. Turning away from the wall map, looking hard at Mr. Liss, the angel said,
50 days from now, you get your chance. Use it well.
Mr. Liss was only grumbling under his breath through this map stuff, but now he got fired up again.
Damn it all, first you just about flat out call me a liar the moment we meet. Now you insinuate what? That I don't usually do things well? Considering I didn't get half my face wrecked as bad as a runaway train and then try to hide it under some stupid psychedelic ink work, I suspect I take care of business a lot smarter than you do.
Instead of answering Mr. Liss, the angel looked at Nummy and smiled. He put a hand on Nummy's head and smoothed his hair, almost exactly like Grandmama used to do. And Nummy's eyes filled with tears, though he didn't know why. He was blinking away those tears when the next thing happened, so he couldn't be sure he saw it like it really was. But it seemed that the angel took Xerox Bose by the arm, turned with him as if to leave the room, but vanished in the turning. Mr. Liss let out a terrible 7-word curse that it was good the angel couldn't hear, and ran into the hallway looking for the vanished two. But he didn't find anyone. Nummy followed Mr. Liss back to the room where they had been watching over the Xerox Bose. They settled in chairs, and Nummy watched the old man, who sat for a while, leaning forward with his head in his hands. Nummy wanted to ask if Mr. Liss had a headache, and if he could get him some aspirins, but he didn't want to stir up the old man with a wrong word. After a while, Mr. Liss looked up at Nummy.
Peaches, you remember earlier when I told you this was a lot bigger than space aliens or Frankenstein, that there was a way bigger evil in town tonight?
Nummy nodded.
A bigger evil? And something else, too?
I told you we should have been dead 10 times over, and I'm pretty sure I know why we aren't.
You said you'd explain that part later.
Well, the reason we're not dead, the reason I'm not dead, is because of you and the way you are. I won't explain more now. What I want to say here is, for a while I forgot what I said earlier. I forgot all that about something very big at work tonight, and I just went back to being me. Well, I've just been chastened. You know what that means?
No, sir,
Nummy said.
I've been humbled. I've just been given to see myself as what I am, what I insist on being. Peaches, I'm going to try my best to do right by you, but when I slip back to being like what I've always been, don't pay any attention to me. I'll get better in a while. I'm a shiftless, irritable, intemperate son of a bitch and a world-class people-hater, and maybe I can change, but I can't change easily, or overnight.
Surprised, Nummy said, What people do you hate?
All of them. All of them I ever met. Except you.
'63. When Carson returned to the house after seeing off Deucalion on what might be his final confrontation with Victor, Michael was in the living room, playing his "Where have I hidden your nose" game with the 3 young children waiting to be evacuated, and the kids were giggling with delight. She stood watching him, loving him, thinking about little Scout, about her brother Arnie, back in San Francisco, until the screaming started. Outside the front of the property, the initial screams were followed rapidly by gunfire, a lot of it. Something had broken into the garrisoned neighborhood. The riders in the living room grabbed their weapons. One of them dashed to the bolted front door and dropped a length of 4x6 lumber into sturdy steel brackets that had been bolted onto the jamb, providing extra resistance to an assault on that entrance. Carson glanced into the adjoining dining room, where the ever-ready riderettes were abandoning their culinary chores and picking up their guns. She knew, maybe they all knew, that this war wouldn't be won with firearms. Those builders on the cell phone videos, in mere seconds consuming Johnny Tancredo and other riders at the Pickin' and Grinnin' Roadhouse, wouldn't be stopped with bullets. They wouldn't be defeated with anything that might have brought down an ordinary assailant. At this worst moment of the storm, she and Michael, and all those with whom they gathered, could not fight to win, but only to delay. If they could hold their position long enough, Deucalion might have time to find his maker's rat hole and go into it after him. If the clone of Victor Helios, alias Frankenstein, was like his namesake unto a fault, which seemed to be the case, then he would not tolerate the possibility that his creations might live on after his death. As in Louisiana, killing Victor would ensure the death of every creature spawned in his laboratories. The gunfire stopped. Screams gave way to shouts of confusion. Something slammed hard against the front door. The deadbolt and the bracing lumber held through the first impact, the second, the third. To the left of the door, a window shattered. Backlit by a porch lamp, a young woman's blonde hair registered as an otherworldly nimbus around her head, and in the outflowing light of the living room, her exquisite face seemed to absorb the light and return it in a radiance twice as bright as the lumens she received. She was without doubt a builder, but she didn't appear calm and beatific like the builders in the opening frames of the Roadhouse videos. Her feverish blue eyes burned with hate. Her toothpaste commercial perfect teeth were bared in an unvoiced snarl. She appeared savage, eager, driven by some unthinkable need. The riders had fortified the window with bars of 2x4 lumber. These infuriated her, and she clawed at them, tearing away splinters of wood. She opened her mouth as if in a scream, but what issued from her was a sound partly like a garbage disposal grinding up half-spoiled fruit, and partly like a cackling animatronic witch in a carnival fortune-telling machine. From her mouth puffed a thin, silvery plume, as though she had coughed out lungfuls of twinkling smoke. But then the small cloud raveled back between her lips. One of the riders stepped past Carson, thrust his shotgun between the 2x4s, and pumped 4 rounds into the builder's face, the thunderous crashes echoing deafeningly around the room. She received the deadly pearls of buckshot with no more effect than they would have caused if fired down into a still pond, a froth of emulsified flesh, brief holes, turbulence in her tissues, and then the smoothness of the surface reasserted. The builder vomited what appeared to be a mass of wet ashes, brightened with silver sequins, which flowed around the smoking barrel of the shotgun and tore it from the hands of the startled rider, who fell back and scrambled out of the way. Like a tentacle, the repulsive gray mass retracted through the 2x4s, taking the weapon with it, seeming to dissolve it even as the walnut stock clattered against those wooden bars and vanished into a sucking maw so grotesque that Carson would be no longer able to think of the creature as she, regardless of the form in which it might choose to manifest. In fact, the builder didn't return to its Miss Universe mode, but in a frenzy of rage, assuming any human emotion could be assigned to it, the thing entered the house as a swarm. It churned between the 2x4 bars in 3 streams, but the 3 coalesced into one in the living room. Michael herded the children into a corner. He offered himself as a human shield for them. As the swarm ascended to the ceiling, Carson returned to her husband's side. They both held urban snipers which could stop cold a charging bull, but couldn't halt a builder. The swarm of nano-animals circled overhead, buzzing and hissing, exploring the limits of this space, as if the billions of them were conferring about what to devour next. Intuition seemed to have brought the same message to everyone in the living room, to the riders as to Carson and Michael. The swarm might be attracted to movement, and whoever moved first might be the first to die. 64. Deucalion and the Bozeman replicant arrived on the End Times Highway in driving snow. A straightaway swept down from the crown of a hill behind them and faded ahead westward, still white lanes dwindling into falling white flakes, all the whiteness flowing into a darkness that at this moment seemed eternal. On both sides of the road were great dark formations of evergreens, like the rising walls of some vast castle, their boughs not yet fully flocked, the faint scent of them almost sweet in the crisp cold air. No tire tracks cut through the blanketed pavement, which wasn't surprising considering that no one lived along these 24 miles of road. The night lay as quiet as if back in the day the Cold War had turned hot, atomizing and irradiating all humanity into oblivion, leaving a world where the only significant noises were of occasional seismic events, moving water and wind.
"Where?"
Deucalion asked the replicant whose arm he gripped.
"Directly north, into the forest at least 200 yards. 300 might be better."
"Take the step with me,"
Deucalion said, and transported them into the forest. Gloriously wild and vast, yet intimate in its every tree-defined space, the forest might be a cathedral by day, though it was a series of chapels by night. This must seem to be a blind black wilderness to the replicant, but to Deucalion it was an array of chambers receding one into the other in every direction, the air scented and flavored by the natural incense of pines and alpine firs. Because during the day little sunlight reached the forest floor, no brush obstructed, and until the weight of the limb-borne snow caused boughs to bend sufficiently, only flurries of flakes found their way through the evergreen canopy to plant small cold kisses on his face.
"Where?"
he asked again, and the replicant said, "Down." Deucalion stared at the earth underfoot until he sensed solid strata, dense and deep, but then hollow spaces farther below, a kingdom of strange chambers.
"Turn with me,"
he told the replicant, and in the turn they stepped out of the chapel forest and into a long corridor with white walls and a grey floor. The silence here was more profound than that in the woods above, as if the queen had long abandoned this hive, her workers and her drones swarming in her wake. Within a few breaths, however, Deucalion knew he had arrived in Victor's lair, Victor Laban now, clone of Victor Helios, in spite of all aliases and all eras, Frankenstein forever. The telltale scent that came to him was not a trace of pheromones, and nothing at all of sweat and blood. He smelled instead the damp stone walls of the old windmill that had been converted to the great man's first laboratory in far-away Europe, the ozone created by leaping electric arcs between the poles of arcane and primitive machines, the malodor of his own recently dead flesh that lingered even after the moment of successful reanimation. His maker roamed this vault of secrets, near and nearer.
"Kill me,"
the Bozeman replicant pleaded, and Deucalion gave him that grace, breaking his neck and lowering him gently to the floor. The screams and thudding feet overhead were of no concern. Addison Hawk worked with Erica in the living room, rearranging sofas and armchairs and footstools, which would serve as beds, to open more floor space for makeshift mattresses made with quilts, moving blankets, towels, heavy winter coats, and other items. As they worked, they got to know each other. Addison could remember no other woman with whom he ever talked so easily, in whose company he had felt so comfortable. He was not a ladies' man. He was to Don Juan what tinfoil was to Silver Leaf. Yet this beautiful woman so enchanted him that he chattered away, less self-conscious than he had ever been with one of the fairer sex. A multitude of footsteps thundered down the back steps toward the kitchen, accompanied by much squealing and shrieking. Erica's beauty was, of course, the first thing that dazzled him, but soon her looks mattered hardly at all when compared to her many other qualities. She was calm and competent, seemed to know just what to do at every moment, as these bizarre events unfolded. She had an air of worldliness, as though she had traveled everywhere and seen everything, but at the same time she remained humble without being compliant, modest without being coy, gentle but not meek. A merry jingling of tiny bells arose in the downstairs hallway. Addison found Erica to be deeply layered to such an extent that she was mysterious. How she could be so approachable and forthcoming yet remain enigmatic, he didn't know. She inspired in him both wonder and curiosity. Something about this woman was recondite, remote from ordinary perception, almost mystical. Beyond the archway, Jocko appeared in the downstairs hall, in one of his 14 belled hats, leading a conga line of children, some of whom were wearing the other 13 hats.
Step to the left, step to the right, forward, hop, hop. Step to the left, step to the right, forward, hop, hop, pirouette.
Erica paused in her work to watch the procession. Her gentle smile was a curve of kindness, sweetly maternal. Addison wanted to kiss that smile. Not just Erica, but that smile. To taste and to receive the serenity of it. Jocko reached the front stairs and started to climb.
3 steps up, 1 step back. Slap your butt cheeks, whack, whack, whack. Advance 3 steps, now retreat 1. Snorting like a pig is fun, fun, fun.
As the children ascended behind Jocko and all the whacking and snorting receded, Erica said,
"They'll sleep well tonight."
"Especially Jocko," Addison said.
"Oh, Jocko rarely sleeps. Sometimes he sticks a fork in a wall plug and knocks himself out for an hour. I don't know why it doesn't kill him, but it doesn't, and I've learned to live with it."
Rusty in the lightless hallway, just outside Corina Ringwald's bedroom, knew something was near him, an arm's length away to his left, and he assumed it must be another of those abominations that had killed all the people in the Trailblazer.
Clink, clink, clink.
He couldn't hear the thing breathing, but maybe their kind didn't breathe.
Clink, clink.
He expected it to surge forward and dissolve him or do whatever it was they did to people like those in the SUV, but the creature just loomed in the velvet blackness.
Clink, clink.
He considered fleeing to his right, stumbling through the dark toward the dim glow rising in the staircase from windows below. But he clutched when he thought another of the things might be waiting there to receive him, that they were bracketing him, that he must be doomed no matter which way he turned. He was too long from the war, his nerves civilianized, and he could not in such short order armor himself against mortal fear to the extent that he had overcome it on the battlefield. After no more than half a minute, Rusty knew that light would be preferable to continued darkness, no matter what hideous presence might be revealed. He felt behind him, along the wall beside the bedroom door, and he found a plastic cover plate, the notched head of a screw, and then the switch in the center. He hesitated for a moment, revelation awaiting his command, and as a shudder of dread, as cold as dry ice, passed through him, he turned on the overhead hallway lights. Nothing waited to his right, as he had feared, but immediately to his left stood a man in a business suit, his face bristling with shards of broken glass. In fact, his face was broken glass. No flesh or features, just hair above and ears on the side, a thin jawline, the point of a chin. The entire face itself was formed of bristling spears of clear window glass, which shifted in a way reminiscent of the colored fragments at the bottom of a kaleidoscope. Clink, 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 clink. As Rusty stood frozen in terror, the well-tailored business suit turned to vapor, a mist that the thing appeared to absorb, revealing not a human body but the mere form of a man shaped from some mottled gray substance with veins of twinkling silver bits. Abruptly, glass blossomed from the body at several points, sharp-petaled flower-like forms that glittered with scores of cutting edges. Rusty remembered the sound of shattering glass rising from the ground floor earlier, and he sensed that rain of ringing fragments was related to this weird display, though he didn't know how or why. From where the mouth ought to have been in that spiny face, several spear-point shards spat out, whistling past Rusty's head as quick as arrows from a bow. They shattered against the wall at the end of the hallway. Rusty ran for the stairs. Overhead the swarm circled, buzzing, hissing, and Carson couldn't repress the idea that every human being in the room was but an item on an all-you-can-eat buffet. The dense cloud of gray and glittering nano-animals needing fuel to create was considering its options, matching its selection to its current craving. Presuming those billions of tiny creatures possessed the equivalent of taste buds and culinary preferences was absurd, of course, but this colony was so alien in its nature that Carson could not imagine how or why it decided to do anything it did, and she could try to analyze its actions and predict its next move only by thinking in terms familiar to her, even as useless as those terms might be. The theory that movement would attract a ravenous assault proved false. The swarm abruptly began to swirl, a glittering spiral nebula winding itself into a rapidly tightening form. From the center of the mass, something like a funnel cloud formed, struck down at one of the riders who had been as paralyzed as everyone else, and sucked him apart as if he had been little more than gelatin, feeding him up the tornado into the cumulonimbus form overhead, leaving no morsel of flesh or scrap of clothing. Leaving 9 cocoons ablaze in the high school, Sully York and the new crazy bastards climbed into the Hummer and went looking for trouble. Riding shotgun once more, Bryce Walker was more involved, more alive than Sully had seen him in 18 months, since his Rennie had died. Something in Bryce died with her, which was understandable, because their long marriage had been not just a matter of piling up the years in a mutually agreeable relationship, but also an expression of true love. Love was everyone's to experience if they opened their hearts, but true love was a rare and sterling thing. Damn if it wasn't. A sterling thing that required the intervention of destiny. 2 hearts fated to be as one, finding each other among the billions of the world. True love, by God, was the Excalibur of emotions, and if you recognized it when you saw it, if you drew that noble shining blade from the stone, your life would be a grand adventure even if you lived it entirely in one small town. Sully had known love, but never true love. True love wasn't defined as being willing to die for the one you loved. That was part of it, but the smaller part. Hell, he had been willing to die for women he loved, for women he didn't love, and even for a few dreadful women he disliked, which was how he ended up with 1 eye, 1 ear, and 1 hand. True love meant being willing to live for the woman who was the other chamber of your heart, to work yourself threadbare for her if necessary, to know her mind as you knew your own, to love her as you loved yourself, to cherish her above all earthly things unto the end of your years. There was the valiant and exhilarating life, more thrilling than 10,000 expeditions up 10,000 Amazons. Sully looked at the rearview mirror, at Grace Ahern in the back seat with brave young Travis. "What's this?" Bryce asked. When Sully glanced at the rider, he thought the question must be a challenge to his quite innocent attraction to Grace. But Bryce leaned forward, squinting past the sweeping windshield wipers and through the driving snow. Ahead in the street stood a man and a woman, side by side, but about 6 feet from each other, blocking both lanes. They were not properly dressed for the weather, she in a simple black cocktail dress, he in a tuxedo. They possessed a theatrical air, as if the street were a stage, and they were about to perform an amazing act, he an illusionist, and she his about-to-vanish-in-a-flurry-of-doves assistant. As Sully braked to a stop less than 20 feet from them, he saw that they were, even in the hard light of the headlight beams, remarkably good-looking people, more luminous than movie stars. From the back seat, Grace said, "More of the same. They're like the two in the Meriwether Lewis kitchen, the ones who said, 'I am your builder,' then destroyed everyone and spun the cocoons."
"We don't want this fight," Bryce said.
Sully shifted into reverse, checked the rearview mirror, and damn if there wasn't a similar couple in the street behind them. 4 builders, one for each of the Hummer's occupants. Waste and void, waste and void. Darkness upon the face of the deep. Thus it was, and thus it will be again. The spirit moved upon the face of the deep, and there was light. The sun does not respond to Victor Immaculate's demands, and so light will remain in the world. But after the community there will be no eyes to see it, no skin to feel its warmth. Brought to new heights of intellectual clarity and power by the burnt orange capsule, by the sour yellow tablet, Victor walks to think, and thinks the world into its death. Ultimate visionary that he is, he peers forward to a time when nothing flies, and nothing walks, and nothing crawls, and nothing slithers, and nothing swims. A time when little grows, and what still grows does not thrive. A time of empty skies, barren lands, dead seas. In these high spirits he arrives at the room where he would have had a most interesting meeting with the money man, if that fool had not mistaken one small setback for catastrophe. Here, with the bodyguards in another room, they would have met, just the two of them, at first, to review the schedule for conquest beyond Rainbow Falls, and to discuss what additional equipment, materiel, and funds would be needed in the months ahead. The room is approached through a small vestibule and 2 pairs of pneumatic doors that whoosh, one, then the other, into the walls. It is circular, 30 feet in diameter, with a dome. The thick concrete walls and domed ceiling are covered with soundproofing board, as many layers as Philo, and over the board is thick gray felt upholstery and thousands of 6-inch-long felt-covered cones. In the days of the Cold War, paranoia was deemed necessary to ensure survival. Even in this deep blast-proof facility once staffed by the most reliable patriots, the architects felt obligated to provide a chamber from which not a word could escape to a hallway or an adjoining space, where a shotgun could be fired without drawing attention. In here a shout sounds like a murmur, but even words spoken in a murmur are as clear as a shout. Victor expects to see the wheeled 8-panel gray fabric screen standing toward the farther end of the room, but he does not expect the 3-legged table with another prescription only minutes after the previous offering. It waits just inside the door from the vestibule, bearing a cold bottle of water and a black saucer. In the saucer are 2 small white capsules, 1 larger yellow capsule, 1 5-sided pink tablet, and 1 blue ball the size of an M&M candy. This is an unprecedented number and variety of intelligence-enhancing supplements to be presented in the same saucer. Victor Immaculate assumes, therefore, that his magnificent brain waves and other physiological data, always being transmitted telemetrically, have alerted his staff to the fact that he is at the brink of a mental breakthrough, about to surge to new heights of perception, perhaps rising to a realm of thoughts and ideas so revolutionary and so profoundly wise as to surprise even him, though he is not easily, if ever, surprised. He chases all 5 items with cold water. Happily anticipating the effects of the ingenious supplement, Victor crosses the room to the screen and rolls it aside. Lying on a gurney is a naked replicant, eyes closed, in a kind of stasis, waiting to be called to duty. It is identical in appearance to the money man, who would not have left this room alive. For all his wealth and power, the fool seems never to have grasped that, with as little as one of his hairs, he can be duplicated and made redundant. Why snivel before him and beg for more funds, for more support, when replacing him with an obedient communitarian ensures that everything needed will be swiftly supplied? From behind Victor, a deep voice, perhaps rough, but smoothed into a crystal-clear murmur by the room, says,
"I am satisfied."
Hoping to draw the bizarre, glass-faced, glass-spitting creature away from the master bedroom and the consideration of the attic where Karina hid, Rusty plunged down the stairs. The hall light was behind him. Ahead, only the blizzard-filtered glow of the street lamp pressing against the ground-floor windows, but not through them. As far as he knew, he might be descending into the arms of the blue-robed woman, or one like her, or one unimaginably more strange. In the foyer, he didn't hesitate to switch on the lights. He found himself alone. The glass-faced thing came down the stairs in pursuit of him, and Rusty stepped to the front door, almost unlocked it, but shrank back when he saw the face of a man at one of the side lights flanking the door. Matinee idol handsome, the guy had a smile so appealing that it could sell anything to anyone, even hope to the dead. Rusty had no doubt that this was one of the 8 he'd seen marching in the street earlier. At the staircase landing, the glass-faced thing fell, shattered, and Rusty turned to see glittering fragments of the creature spill down the lower flight of steps. As the pieces tumbled, they somehow became miniature glass men of various sizes, scores upon scores of them. Their limbs snapped off as they tumbled and lay vibrating on the treads. A dozen made it intact to the foyer, where they crawled or tottered this way and that, perhaps seeking him out but blind to his position, until they collided, cracking, splintering to pieces. War never brought Rusty Billingham near to the brink of madness, but minute by minute the impossible events of this night pushed him farther from the calm center of sanity toward its periphery. He knew he was not hallucinating, yet what he saw defied reason and suggested delusion, if not delirium. Glass figurines could neither crawl nor walk as these did. When they shattered against one another, the fragments should not twitch like the bodies of snakes after their heads were cut off. But that's what these glass limbs and torsos and heads did, fracturing into smaller and still smaller pieces, until abruptly they were still. If the glass-faced monstrosity had been a killing machine like the woman in the blue robe, something seemed to have destroyed it. The door chimes rang. Rusty meant to follow the hallway into the kitchen, hoping to leave by the back door and lead those things away from the house, but something stepped out of the dark living room, blocking his escape. His mind moved from the suburbs of sanity to the borderline. Victor Immaculate possesses all the memories of the original Victor. He knows, therefore, the meaning of the words that have been spoken behind him. I am satisfied. More than 200 years earlier, shortly after Deucalion murdered Victor's bride, Elizabeth, on the shores of Lake Como, the great scientist and maker of men had returned to Geneva. There, as he knelt in a cemetery at night vowing vengeance, his creation spoke to him tauntingly from the darkness. I am satisfied, miserable wretch. You have determined to live, and I am satisfied. Deucalion had meant that now his maker's anguish would be as intense as his own, and both of them would suffer the rest of their lives. Victor for what he had lost by his pride and his imprudent researches, and Deucalion for being forever an outsider, alone of his kind. Victor Immaculate turns and sees the giant that had come to life centuries before he himself had risen to replace the original Victor in New Orleans. No slightest fear afflicts him. Rather, his singular intellect is engaged, his curiosity as keen as a scalpel. Deucalion says, So long ago, you told your story to Robert Walton, that man aboard the ice-bound ship in the Arctic. His letters and journals were what Mary Shelley employed to tell her tale. Walton said you died on the ship, and he fabricated a loathsome story about my visiting your deathbed and expressing remorse to him. How much did you pay Walton to say that you perished on that vessel? "Not me," Victor Immaculate replies. "Your Maker paid him, and handsomely. You forget that I'm not the one who made you. I'm only his clone."
"You are him as ever he was," the giant insists. "He is in you, all his knowledge and all his sins. You are him in concentration. By using the gullible Walton, you presented yourself to the world as a flawed but compassionate, loving, noble figure, much put upon, and so determined to put right the wrong you did. Every time I've read your words to him, the pages stink with your false humility. Expressed at such length, its insincerity is evident in its redundancy."
As the creature approaches, he seems larger step by step. But Victor Immaculate does not retreat. He does not know how. Besides, he is invulnerable to this one. Deucalion says,
"The pages reek with your bottomless self-pity, so poorly disguised as regret, with the phoniness of your verbose self-condemnation, with the insidious quality of your contrition, which is that of a materialist who cares not for God, and is therefore not true contrition at all, but only despair at the consequences of your actions. For centuries I have been the monster, and you, the well-meaning idealist, who claims he would have undone what he did if only given the chance. But your kind never undoes. You do the same wrong over and over, with ever greater fervency, causing ever more misery because you are incapable of admitting error."
"I've made no error," Victor Immaculate confidently assures him, "and neither did your Maker." Looming, the giant says,
"You are my Maker."
"That's an error of yours, which you seem unable to admit. I'm not Victor, but Victor Immaculate." Deucalion places his hands upon Victor's shoulders, gripping with such power that it is impossible to shrug loose or pull away.
"I was once a monster as you made me," the giant says, "full of rage and hot to murder, but on the lightning I was given free will, and have remade myself through the centuries. I am not a monster any more, but you are the monster you have always been."
"Release me," Victor demands. The giant says nothing, but a strange light pulses through his menacing eyes. "Look at your face in a mirror," Victor suggests. "Would you like the normal half to be as disfigured as the other? Or should I instead make your skull implode and finish you forever?"
"You don't have that power over me as he did."
"Oh," Victor disagrees. "I am quite sure that I do." The funnel cloud of nano-animals sucked the rider off the floor, dissolving him as he rose, and incorporated him into the swarm that blackened the air near the ceiling, spiraling ominously above more of the living room than not, enlarged now by the mass of the ingested victim. Yet Carson and the others remained paralyzed, still fearing that if they moved, they would make targets of themselves. The swarm churned as before, darker and seemingly as saturated as thunderheads pregnant with rain. Then the cloud began to eject things, as if spitting them out, a human foot with a mouth across its bridge, teeth gnashing. What seemed to be a pair of kidneys saddlebagged across a beating heart, a grotesquely large nose with wiggling fingers protruding from its nostrils. A hand fell to the carpet, and on the back of it, set high like those of a crab, were eyes that appeared all too human. The hand scuttled across the floor, toothless, yet unsettling nonetheless, and Carson cried out, "Michael!" But he had the same idea that motivated her cry. He was already hustling the 3 children into the adjacent dining room. If they could get into the kitchen, there was a door between it and the dining room, another between it and the downstairs hall. They might be able to keep the swarm out and hope to make a stand there. They were halfway across the dining room when aproned women began to crowd through the door from the kitchen. Another builder had gotten into the back of the house. After the failed assault on KBOW, Sammy Chakrabarti was not in a mood to celebrate. He knew worse would be coming. He relentlessly circled the roof, maintaining surveillance on every side of the radio station. He was most worried about the back of the building, where the broadcast tower soared into the falling snow. 50 yards beyond lay a small wood, past which was a meadow and then a motel. He could see neither the lights of the motel nor the meadow beyond the copse of pines, but he thought it might be easy to approach KBOW on foot through the cover of those trees. As he stood peering through the open girders toward the woods, a truck roared into the parking lot. He hurried across the roof to his original position, dropped to his knees behind the parapet, and through the crenel saw men, or things like men, pouring out of the cargo box of another blue and white truck. Some of them had weapons, and they began to spray the building with bullets. Sammy opened fire on them with the Bushmaster. Chief Raphael Jaramillo and Deputy Nelson Sternlagen, equal in position as all communitarians were equal, therefore neither of them quite leading, neither of them quite following, brought 2 builders through the pines behind KBOW. Jaramillo had Warren Snyder's spare keys, but he would relinquish them without hesitation to Sternlagen if for some reason it became more efficient for the deputy to be the one to unlock the back door. They paused at the edge of the woods, waited until they heard gunfire, then hurried through the snow toward the broadcast tower. The 2 builders in front of the Hummer began to move toward it, as did the 2 behind. They approached, not snarling and at a run, but smiling, and with an eerie leisureliness that suggested they were certain of triumph. Sully York had never been the kind to defend his position if he had any chance of attacking from it. No one was deader than those who didn't risk all when all was at risk. As if he'd written deeply into the minds of enough Western novel heroes to know the intimate workings of Sully's thought processes, Bryce Walker said, "Go for it." Even though these were killing machines of some kind, not people as they appeared to be, Sully chose to run down the man in the tuxedo rather than the woman in the black cocktail dress, because chivalry was not easily set aside when it was the habit of a lifetime. Confident of the Hummer's exceptional traction and bad weather handling, Sully tramped the accelerator, and the big SUV shot forward without a spinning of tires. The tuxedoed son of a bitch didn't try to dodge out of the way like most chicken-hearted pretty boys would have. The Hummer hit him hard, jolting everyone in it. And then something happened that seemed to prove that he must be the stage magician he appeared to be. The builder wasn't knocked down, stood his ground, and the SUV parted around him, dissolved around him. The engine gave out, maybe ceased to exist. The headlights died, and the vehicle shuddered to a halt. The builder stood now directly in front of the windshield, in an apparent Hummer vise of steel and truck parts, smiling in a snarky sort of way, as if to say the impact had been a damn treat, thank you very much. It placed its hand flat on the windshield, and Sully York thought for the first time in his life of adventures that the end had come. The glass would craze, the builder would burst inside, they would all be liquidated and cocooned. Instead, the handsome magician frowned, opened his mouth, seemed to gag, and from him spewed a tangle of fan belts. On the windshield his hand transformed into a conglomeration of spark plugs and wires. His tuxedo shimmered away, and he lost all human appearance a moment later. He morphed into what appeared to be a hard gray mass, roughly man-like in shape, although from it protruded all manner of engine parts, as if this were a sculpture of a man made from automotive odds and ends. Sully knew intuitively that the builder had ceased to function, like any machine might freeze up if its cogwheels were immobilized by metal filings that clogged their teeth. They were saved. On the other hand, the Hummer was useless now, and 3 more builders were circling them. The nude woman who stepped out of Corina Ringwald's dark living room into the foyer wasn't a blonde like the one in the blue robe. but she was a brunette of even greater beauty, more unreal than any airbrushed photograph of any plasticized and Botoxed Hollywood star. After she had come into the light and given Rusty a moment to admire her physical perfection, her nose collapsed into her skull, her face puckered around that hole and then raveled inward, and her head sank out of sight into the stump of her neck. Behind Rusty, as he tried to hold fast to his sanity, the door chimes sounded. The brunette's face formed in the abdomen of her headless body, her breasts now like horns on her brow. Her eyes were green and fierce, and her voice was both seductive and triumphant when she said, "I am your builder." In Deucalion's grip, certain of his power over the giant, Victor nevertheless decides to change his tack. Why be a defender of their kind? They're less than you. They're of the same species as one another, all of the human community, and yet they hate one another, conspire against one another, war against one another.
And some are willing to die for one another,
Deucalion says. Yes, for something called duty and something called love, which are concepts, not realities. You can't deny they live for lust, for greed, to envy and to justify violence with their envy, to seek power over one another and to apply it ruthlessly.
Most of them are not that way,
the giant says.
But among them are enough like you, Victor, to lead them astray again and again, to be their conniving politicians and their self-sickened intellectuals, the self-satisfied elites who seduce them away from their better natures. There is a serpent in the world, and having signed a pledge with it, you spent your life, your lives, spreading its venom.
Victor knows he has the right side of this debate, and he does not hesitate to press forward face to face. They think themselves exceptional, a part of them eternal. But consider the world they have made, a sewer of vice and self-interest, of worm-riddled bread and grotesque circuses that become more macabre year by year. They make a claim to lives of meaning, yet they pursue nothing but meaningless thrills.
Because it is your kind among them who bake the worms into the bread and write the scripts for the circuses, you repeat the same tired argument.
But if for no other reason, Victor Immaculate says, surely one as ancient and wise and intelligent as you must hate them for their riotous individuality, every personality different from the other, the whole vast tumultuous sea of them, not a fraction as organized as the lowly crawling ants, seething with eccentricities, with an infinite variety of passions and prejudices, likes and dislikes, schemes,
hopes and dreams,
says Deucalion, quirks and useless idiosyncrasies,
charms and talents,
Deucalion says,
gifts and graces.
Waiting for his mental power to soar to unprecedented heights when the latest round of supplements kicks in, Victor Immaculate does not attempt to break free of the giant, but raises one hand to the undamaged half of the brute's tattooed face, touching it tenderly, much as a loving father might touch it, and Deucalion doesn't shrink from the contact. Surely you see, Victor says, that they will never be as one, work as one, unite without qualification in a quest for greatness. They will never sacrifice their individuality for the betterment of the race, will never bend their billions of minds and hearts to the same goal, and thereby conquer nature and the universe forever.
God spare them that,
Deucalion replies. And then a surprising and unpleasant thing begins to happen. Deucalion didn't know how the execution would transpire, only that this Victor, this self-proclaimed immaculate, would perish, and all of his foul work with him. The end arrived when he began to be aware of the pulses of light passing through his eyes. Previously he had seen the phenomena only in mirrors or in pools of still water.
Now cold white waves of light passed across Victor's upturned face. In the clone's frightened eyes, incandescence throbbed too, though it wasn't an inner luminosity but a reflection of his executioner's eyeshine. In his mind's ear, Deucalion heard the storm, and more. On the night that he had been born from the dead, the escalating crashes of thunder that shook the heavens as if to bring them down like vaults of quake-shocked stone, the burr and buzz of arcane machines echoing off the walls of the old windmill, his anguished cries as he resisted his creation, his maker's shrieks of triumph, a mad cacophony. And in memory, he saw once more the first thing that he had seen when opening his eyes on that distant night, the colossal bolts of chain lightning turning the night to blazing day beyond the mill windows and crackling down the cables by which Victor induced it into his demonic machinery. Not the usual lightning of an ordinary storm, but lightning of unprecedented explosiveness, light alive. Now he felt that same raw power surging through him, along his arms and into his hands, into the body of this Victor Immaculate. The madman's clothes smoked and burst into flame, but the flames didn't burn Deucalion's hands. Victor's skin blackened and peeled, his eye sockets splashed full of fire, flames licked from his mouth, and in mere seconds he collapsed out of Deucalion's grip, reduced to ashes and fragments of charred bones. More than 2 centuries of scheming toward utopia were at an end. The only thing of significance that Victor achieved was a death toll in the many thousands, and even that appeared insignificant when compared to the work of Hitler, Stalin, Mao, and others, who murdered in the tens of millions. Under all his names, Laban and Helios and Frankenstein, Victor was a small man of small ideas, large only on the silver screen in the theatre of his demented mind. On a nearby gurney, the naked body of a replicant struggled to rise as Victor burned, but shuddered and fell back, dead. Until now, Deucalion had not realized that this particular communitarian was a duplicate of the President of the United States. As the 3 builders approached the disabled Hummer, Sully York said, "Damn if I'll let it end like this. Bryce, let's me and you give these sons of bitches such a case of indigestion that Grace and Travis will have time to run."
He threw open the driver's door and, issuing a muttered war cry, clambered out into the falling snow with his gun and with a lifetime of experience surviving hopeless situations. He heard Bryce getting out of the passenger door, and he thought,
"By God, it's always good to give the blighters what for with a good man at your back."
He was almost disappointed when, before the battle could begin, the builders collapsed simultaneously into apparently inert piles of what appeared to be, but certainly wasn't, gravel. With the rattle of gunfire at the farther end of the building, Chief Armillo and Deputy Nelson Sternlagen reached the back door of KBOW, the 2 builders immediately behind them. Armillo handed the keys to Sternlagen, he wasn't quite sure why, and Sternlagen handed it back to him, and they both stood for a moment, staring at the key in the chief's hand. They never did get it in the lock. The face in the abdomen of the headless woman declared, "I am your builder." The mouth stretched wide, and from it came a jet of silvery gray sludge that halted inches from Rusty's face, quivered in the air, and fell to the floor, as did the headless woman. This once phantasmagoric and threatening figure was now an apparently harmless pile of something. Heart-racing nonetheless, Rusty noticed that the fragments of the glass-faced man had continued fracturing until they now formed little mounds of what might have been sand, but probably wasn't. And the door chimes were not ringing. He switched on the porch lamp and hesitantly put his face to the window. The porch seemed to be deserted. When he opened the door, the handsome man with the I-can-sell-you-anything smile was gone. Nothing remained but another strange pile of something. Rusty stood in the cold on the porch, listening to the night. He heard no gunshots, no screams, no cadres of models were marching in the street. The handsome pair of German shepherds appeared, no longer fleeing in terror, wandering aimlessly, smelling this and that. One of them abruptly dropped and rolled onto its back in the freshly fallen snow, kicking its legs joyfully in the air. As suddenly as the nightmare had begun, it was over. Returning to the house, Rusty called, "Karina! Karina!" all the way up the stairs. By the time he reached the master bedroom, he was singing her name. At the core computer in the hive, in a room littered with the bodies of Victor's people, for several hours Deucalion worked as a man possessed, which in a way he was. In his state of possession he performed miracles with the trove of data, eliminating everything that revealed how Victor had created his communitarians and builders, while leaving ample proof of what he had done. Unlike those in Rainbow Falls, the telephones in the hive still functioned. With an ease that further suggested that he did not work unaided, Deucalion was able to make online contact with a trustworthy reporter at a major cable news network, to whom he opened all the many digital files that he had just redacted. Carson and Michael had to get out of that house of grief, in which 4 members of the Riders in the Sky Church had died, 2 men, 1 woman, and a child. Carson knew, as did Michael, that they could not have saved the little girl, that no one could have, not when their enemies were 2 colonies of nano-animals against which no weapon could defend. They walked together in the post-dawn shadows under the immense evergreens that shrouded the sample's property. Early light, clear and golden, speared down here and there between the laden boughs of the trees, spotlighting those portions of the ground where falling snow had reached, leaving dark those areas carpeted with dead needles. The storm ended before first light. Now the chattering rotors of a helicopter grew louder, louder, and passed overhead, out of sight above the trees. She supposed the aircraft must be from the Montana State Police or another state law enforcement agency. Soon the sky would be full of helicopters, and the highways into town choked with the vehicles of first responders and the media. Carson was inexpressibly grateful to be alive, hand in hand with Michael. But as never before in her life of close calls, she felt to a degree guilty for having lived when so many perished. Her sweet and thoughtful husband, usually quick with a funny line, was unable to amuse her now. But she would have been lost entirely without him at her side. They passed between the massive trunks of 2 alpine firs, and ahead Deucalion walked toward them where he had not been walking an instant earlier. They met in a shaft of light.
"It's over forever this time,"
the giant said. "We thought so before," Michael reminded him.
"But this time there is no slightest doubt. None whatsoever. I feel myself being called back. I should have realized after New Orleans that if it was really over, my journey on this world would have come to an end as well."
"And now it will?" Carson asked.
"It is ending even now," he said. "I've only returned to put your minds at ease, to assure you that Frankenstein is history, and that your lives will never again be braided into his. Be happy, be at peace. Now I must go."
Michael reached out for Deucalion's hand. The giant shook his head.
"I didn't come to say goodbye. There is no such thing as parting forever."
A cloud occluded the shaft of sunshine, and shadow fell upon them. Deucalion said,
"Until we meet again,"
and turned away from Carson and Michael. She expected him to vanish in the turn, but he didn't take his leave in his customary fashion. He walked away into the early morning gloom beneath the trees, although he did not fade as a shadow into shadows. Instead, as he receded through the woods, a luminosity rose in him, soft at first, but then brighter, brighter, until he was a shining figure, an apparition of pure light. When he reached a shaft of sunshine in the distance, he melded with it and was gone. 65. 9 nights after Deucalion delivered the truckload of children to St. Bartholomew's Abbey, and 5 days after they were bussed home, shortly before 7 o'clock in that cold October evening, Brother Salvatore, also known as Brother Knuckles, went into the yard outside the guest wing and stood staring at the night sky, where no stars twinkled. Snow began to fall precisely on the hour. He stood in it for a while, feeling no chill. The 5 weddings were in early December. Originally they were supposed to be separate ceremonies, but in the wake of 3,298 deaths, the town of Rainbow Falls needed to be lifted up and motivated to get on with life. Who first suggested a group ceremony and how it came to pass, no one could quite remember. Clergymen of different faiths agreed on the manner in which the rites would be administered. The church was filled to capacity, and over 2,000 gathered in the square outside to listen to the portable loudspeakers that had been set up to share the moment with them. Sully was too old for his bride, a fact no one would dispute. But neither of his best men, Travis or Bryce, would tolerate anyone saying so aloud, which no one did. All the brides seemed beautiful, not least of all Grace and Addison Hawkes, Erica. By God, Sully's favorite moment of the whole affair, aside from Grace's "I do," was when young Rusty Billingham sang the song he had written for Karina. Because he was one of the heroes, and so colorful, Mr. Liss was in demand for interviews. People wanted to pay him to tell his story, but he told it for free. This made Nummie proud of the old man. They sold Grandmama's little house. When it was learned that Mr. Liss once was something called a certified public accountant and hoped to return to that work, Grandmama's attorney, who looked after Nummie's inheritance, wasn't so suspicious of the old man. Besides, Mr. Liss cleaned up really well. Sometimes Nummie thought Mr. Liss almost didn't look like Mr. Liss anymore, but kind of like Mr. Chips in that old movie about a boys' school. So first Mr. Liss took Nummie to see somewhere warm, with palm trees and everything, which was called California. They stayed in a little motel where everything was amazing to Nummie, until Mr. Liss bought a lottery ticket. He'd always said he had a winning ticket in his wallet, but that was a lie. No surprise. Mr. Liss tried not to lie any more, and mostly he didn't. But he didn't have to lie when the new ticket won. The giant at KBOW told Nummie everything would change in 50 days, and it sure did, when Mr. Liss won more money than Nummie could count if he lived 1,000 years. Mr. Liss bought a house with a view of the sea. He and Nummie spent a lot of time on the patio talking about just everything, which was nice. Mr. Liss bought Nummie a real dog, instead of the stuffed dog he used to have. This one didn't talk to you when you pulled the ring on its back, but it was a lot more fun than the stuffed one. Maybe the best thing of all was when Mr. Liss brought Grandmama's body all the way from Rainbow Falls and buried her again in a cemetery with palm trees, close enough so they could go visit her every week. At the little service, when they put Grandmama in the ground a second time, Mr. Liss said something that Nummie didn't understand, and that Mr. Liss wouldn't explain. The old man looked down at her coffin in the grave, and he said, "Ma'am, I can never thank you enough for what you did for me. Nobody in my whole life ever did as much. Any joy I have as long as I live is because of you." This made no sense to Nummie, because Grandmama died long before Mr. Liss came to Rainbow Falls. She never met the old man, but Mr. Liss meant what he said so much that when he said it his eyes were full of tears. It was what they called a mystery. When the reporters came, Jocko thought his life would be all sticks again. Sticks and buckets and clubs. People beating him with umbrellas. Didn't imagine he would become the star of a TV show for kids, famous coast to coast, Jumpin' with Jocko. Nicest part, they filmed it in Rainbow Falls, brought the studio to him, didn't have to move out of the pretty little house to Hollywood. Yuck, blech. And hats! He had hundreds of funny hats with bells, each of them funnier than the others. He lived with Erica and Addison and Princess Chrissy, as he always would. But now he had his first best friend, who was also the producer and director of his hit TV show, Sammy Chakrabarti, TV genius. 130 pounds of fabulous entertainment ideas. Hard to believe Jocko was once a tumor, once lived in a sewer, once ate soap. Life is strange and wonderful. In March of the following year, as she turned out her bedside lamp, Carson said to Michael, "Sweet dreams. Oh, and we're pregnant." He sighed. "And I look so stupid in a maternity dress." We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Frankenstein, The Dead Town, by Dean Koontz. Copyright 2011 by Dean Koontz. Performed by Christopher Lane. Directed by Max Bloomquist. Engineered by Chris Kessel. Performance copyright 2011 by Brilliance Audio, all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.